Welcome back again to another episode of Thought Riot Podcast. My name is Brendan.
And I'm Malia.
The one and only. And we are back at it again this week with some more crime and updates, culture, all that unfun stuff that nobody can stop watching and reading about.
Right.
To the point where last week we even had a true crime killer. The lady watched so much true crime, she ended up becoming obsessed with it and a killer herself. Yeah. So take breaks, except when it comes to our show.
Yeah, just binge it.
Binge all day. No stalking, though. But yeah, I'm excited for tonight, as I am every night. If you guys are tuning in and you aren't following us on social media...
What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. What is going on? Why aren't you on Twitter, on our Twitter? Why aren't you on our TikTok? Check out our streamlabs.com. /Thought Riot Podcast, where if you want to support us, great. Obviously, that's our goal, is to be able to do this full time. But if you're just watching us, that is okay too. We appreciate any of it. We love for the comments and the likes. That helps get our stuff out there for other people to see it. If you go to streamlabs.com /Thought Riot Podcast, it does update with our newest videos. So it's kind of like a one-stop shop that keeps you updated on the newest content that's released. It lets you know when we're live, when we're not. It lets you reach out to us via email. You can also hop on there and support us. So I suggest you guys check it out.
Yeah, and if you're listening on Spotify, Apple, any of those podcast platforms, if you could just give us a review, if you have a moment to do that, that would be great too, so we can reach more people, grow this thing.
Absolutely.
Invest more time.
Yeah. We have other income streams currently that take quite a bit of time, but, this is something I enjoy doing and you enjoy doing, and we're hoping to get to a point where there's enough income coming from this that we're able to actually invest more time into it and really dig our heels into some of these cases and...
Yeah, I've been learning more how to sleuth lately, which has been a fun thing. Like, I've never tried looking into how to get a hold of, like, police and court records before, but I'm starting to learn all of that.
That's super strange. I wasn't touching my phone at all, and it just opened up and gave me directions to an address.
What address?
I don't know. I didn't look. I just closed it, but that's super strange. So,
creepy.
Anyways, moving on here.
Yeah, well, so we're going to do our updates, and then we'll get into the cases we're talking about tonight, which I'm going to let you know what you're looking forward to. Whoa, there's a really loud motorcycle.
Yeah.
If you heard that.
That sounded like a lawnmower engine or something. I don't know what they're doing outside. Yeah. They're wilding out there.
So we got Kohberger on the roster. JonBenét Ramsey, because there's some new updates to that case. We're going to kind of go over what happened originally and then what's going on now. Carlee Russell, who was the missing woman over the past week, and that's a wild ride.
It is.
And what do you got?
Mine, I have some true crime content creator drama for you.
Ooh.
We have a woman who I think is wrongfully arrested in Dubai, and an awesome update to Minneapolis's, expectations for their police.
Those are your topics for tonight?
No, those aren't my topics. Those are my updates. You want to know my topics?
Yeah, I was saying the topics. Like, we're going to get the updates, and then we're doing our topics.
We can do the topics.
I wanted to know what you had, like, on your roster, not your updates. Like, what are your stories tonight?
Oh, well, those three, okay. And my main stories that I'm going to be covering is YNW Melly and the case currently. We got the Cape Intruder, which is super creepy. And
never heard of that one.
I wanted to focus yet again on the Idaho 4, but specifically the drug possibility, the drug aspects.
Yeah, and my Kohberger topic is finances, which is so fun.
It is.
It's my most hated topic. But
everything revolves around money.
It's important.
Everything
You're
does.
right.
So
Even though I hate it.
Drugs and money. That's like 90% of the crime in the world.
Sex,
is all
drugs.
Yeah.
Money.
Well, if you include sex, I think we're at like 99% of the crime in the world.
Exactly.
Sex, drugs, and money. But
that's all of it.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyways, I'm glad you guys are watching and tuning in, and we appreciate that you're here. And if you have any suggestions, you want to sleuth a little bit, at least be funny.
You mean troll?
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean, troll. Yep. Okay. If you want to troll a little bit, at least be funny. I've been telling all of our viewers that just because, like, I don't know, if you got to get some kind of anger out and you want to take it out on me, I am more than willing to let you do that, but at least make me laugh a little bit, you know? I'm sitting here in my mom's basement recording this fine video for you all.
With your sister.
Yep, and never moved out, and, this is what I do with my free time all day.
Super fun.
I walk around in the morning and get cans out of recycling and trash cans and recycle during the day and then stream and play video games at night, all from the safety and security of my mom's basement.
Yep.
Great life.
Yeah, she's in her 60s and she's a cat lady.
Yep, unfortunately. But anyways, let's get into these updates on the week. What do you got?
So, Alexee Trevizo, oh my gosh, I've already forgotten how to say her name. Trevizo, her baby's toxicology report got released since we talked about her last week. Mm-hmm. Okay, and I was watching this on Court TV. They pulled up the document, and we did talk about this on stream a little bit, but there was caffeine in the baby's system, morphine, which was 19 ng/mLs. I don't completely understand that measurement. Mm-hmm. And there was also phentermine, which on Court TV, they had this expert, I don't know who she is, come on and say phentermine was a diet pill. And I'm thinking, what are we talking about?
Yeah, actually, phentermine is a diet pill. I think I'm getting the two mixed up. There's one for your stomach, and then there's one that is a diet pill, but I don't think it was phentermine on the report.
Yeah, it is. It's phentermine. It's okay. Right here. We can put up a picture. But
oh, wow.
Yeah,
It's
a diet pill.
That adds to me feeling like she didn't know.
Yeah, so I can't imagine that would affect a baby well. It's a stimulant. It causes, loss of appetite, irregular heartbeat. Like, it can cause so many crazy symptoms. On top of that, morphine. Well, baby's speedballing in the womb.
I think you might be looking at it wrong there. I think that adds water to the possibility that she didn't know she was pregnant. Because remember, after all this had happened, she was getting her blood drawn and she was telling the phlebotomist that I don't understand what's going on. I'm so mixed up. I just thought I was gaining a whole bunch of weight. I'm still in high school, just kind of like info bombing this lady. And I think this could add to it. Now, a lot of people out there just think she's some demon that didn't want to have a kid and went out of her way, like in a Murder One type situation, to end her baby. I don't think that. Every bit of information and evidence that keeps coming out makes me feel more and more sure that she didn't know.
Well, see, the ultrasound tech said that she kind of vomited to her everything that happened.
That must be who I'm talking about, not the phlebotomist.
Yeah,
yeah.
Asked her what would happen if I stopped taking birth control and started taking diet pills. So I wonder if she was concerned, like, is that why the baby came out like that? Like, she thought it had passed away because she stopped taking birth control and started taking diet pills? Like, is she putting that together in her head? Does that add weight to her not knowing? Like, I'm so curious what that means. But the lawyer said the toxicology report to him proves that the hospital committed malpractice and gave a pregnant woman morphine when they knew she was pregnant.
Interesting.
Another interesting fact is the baby most likely had CPR administered to it. That could have pumped air into the lungs and the stomach, like they were saying in the autopsy.
The baby did have... Oh.
Because in the autopsy report, it said it had air in the lungs and the stomach. CPR could cause that.
Yeah, so you're saying after the baby was found, they tried to potentially revive the baby doing CPR, which that could have added. Got it. Okay. Yeah, that's super interesting. We've covered this topic quite a bit, you guys, and as always, we want to know your opinion on this. Yep. And what do you think? Do you think that she is murder one type guilty, or do you think she just came from a home and clearly, based on hiding sex from her mom and everything, she didn't have enough knowledge, maybe wasn't talked to by her parents about sex, had no idea what she was doing, and she was thrown into a horrible situation, doped up, and didn't know what to do.
Yeah, her lawyer also says she never claimed to be a virgin. I'm really curious how this is going to turn out.
That's what I said on live stream.
Yeah, I'm really curious how this is going to turn out, if the baby did in fact get CPR, if the morphine was enough to cause any kind of effects on the baby. I saw someone likening it to breast milk. It is nothing like breast milk. Everyone's different with breast milk. You know, small trace amounts can go through, sometimes not at all. It's much different when you're literally hooked up to an umbilical cord. I would not liken it to breast milk, like taking morphine and breastfeeding. It does go to the baby, but guaranteed it's going to be smaller amounts, and some women don't pass a lot.
I don't know who would have said that, but they just
expert on Court TV.
Well, they have no understanding of how babies work then. The difference is the umbilical cord is a direct line through blood. You guys are literally sharing intravenous anything that's in the mom's blood is in the baby's blood. And breast milk is not that. And it has to pass a certain barrier. Not all drugs that go in the blood do go in the milk, so it's very, very different. That's weird. He doesn't sound like an expert to me. But
me either, but we really know what you want to think, or what you do think about that information. I thought it was interesting, to say the least, and I got my eyes open. I'm waiting for more.
Yeah. I mean, I think she needs to be held accountable. Understand when I'm saying that I think she made a mistake, I just don't think it's a murder one mistake. I think she made a big mistake, and she needs to be held accountable, whether, it's lower form of manslaughter or something like that.
It's really sad and unfortunate, and
she needs a ton of therapy, counseling, things like that. So
I agree.
All right, so going into the true crime drama here. So obviously, you know who Annie Elise is. Do you know who Zav Girl is?
I don't know who Zav Girl is.
Okay, well, you guys will see a picture here. Now, what the drama is right now is these two content creators, both of them focus solely on true crime or culture, basically similar things that we're talking about here, okay? Well, on two different occasions, they are taking flack right now because they decided to post child pictures of autopsy and or bruising from being abused behind a paywall. And people are up in arms about this, making a huge deal about it, that how could you do this? And I just don't know how I feel about it. I wanted to bring it up because I don't know how I feel about it. When I heard the drama with Zav Girl and that came out first, it was Gannon Staunch. Am I saying that right?
Stock.
Gannon Stock. And she got video footage of his autopsy, and obviously he's a child. He's under 18. You can't put that on YouTube. So what she ended up doing is putting it on Patreon behind a paywall for $3 to be able to view it. And she took major heat from that, okay? And then Annie Elise also had photographs of the abuse and things like that didn't allow for those pictures to let her video be monetized.
Of Gannon too?
Yes, and she couldn't be monetized, so what she did is she cut out all the pictures that were in question, reposted it on YouTube, and then posted the original video on Patreon behind a paywall. And
okay, I don't see anything wrong with what Annie did.
I feel exactly the same. But so many content creators out there right now are trying to draw relation to both of these. Say, like, they're oversimplifying this situation and saying they're both women content creators. They both posted explicit pictures or videos or whatever of kids who have been abused or whatever like that, and they both put it behind a paywall. I think it is very, very, very different putting an autopsy of an underage child behind a paywall, like the full autopsy video, versus Annie, who was telling a story, and she's usually pretty good about putting focus on the areas that society can improve, a person can improve. She usually highlights the victims pretty good, and she usually highlights the areas where there are mistakes.
She does a good job of that, yeah.
Like, to me, intent matters in this situation.
I agree.
Annie's a mother.
She is.
And she goes out of her way to make sure she doesn't just hyper-focus on the criminal and ignore the victims. I just think that I don't see bad intent there coming from her.
So I agree. I don't see anything wrong with what Annie did.
Foul play.
I feel like it's okay for people to, like, sometimes the images make more of an impact for you and help you understand what actually happened to this person.
Absolutely.
And I think there's a fine line between telling a story, showing what happened to this person and why they deserve justice, and exploiting them for monetary gain. We have to be careful as creators not to exploit victims of crime for our own benefit. To where you're literally posting an autopsy of a small child behind a paywall to get money.
Yeah.
There's a difference there, a huge difference.
No, I agree.
We should be respectful of that person, that human.
Yeah.
We don't need autopsy videos. We don't need those.
No, I think they're okay, though, too, because there's a lot of people out there that consume true crime and really like to get down into the nitty-gritty, similar to, like, an investigator. They're literally at-home investigators, and I understand that, too. However, in that situation, when you have a person that's under the age of 18, there's some additional approvals that need to be done in that situation. If she really wanted to post it and had good intentions there, I think should have reached out to the family and said, hey, I would really like to post this. I'm doing a story on him to make sure that this happens to fewer kids out there and it brings awareness to it. And this really highlights the areas of, Gannon being abused over a long term, whatever. You know what I mean? You can give the honest truth of why you want to post this video behind a paywall or whatever. I don't see there anything being wrong with people getting paid for their work. But none of that happened. She ended up pulling the video down, taking a whole bunch of heat, apologizing to the family. And me personally, I don't see a correlation to what Annie did.
No, I don't either. And how did she even acquire the autopsy video? Usually minors' information is heavily protected.
How do any of the online sleuths get new footage and things like that? Look at the Kohberger stuff. Every other day, some kind of new camera angles coming out that's getting released by content creators.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's important. I think the fact that she was really quick to jump and put this up there without thinking of consequences, what is actually going to come of this, and how it was being done is the real problem there. Yeah. Now, I do got to say, anybody that makes a mistake and comes out and apologizes and tries to make it right, like, my hat's off to you. We all make mistakes. I get it, okay? I'm not going to condemn someone for the rest of their life because they made a stupid mistake. I mean, everyone in the world would be done for if we handled things that way.
I absolutely agree. I think people are way too harsh online.
Yeah. So if you're going to be harsh and you're going to be a troll, at least be funny.
Yeah. That's the motto.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let us know what you think. Do you think those two things are, like, at all similar? Is it okay to post an autopsy behind a paywall, especially of a child? I don't know how I feel about that. My instinct is that I feel it's wrong. But.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But more importantly, the whole point is to know what you guys think. Now, I did want to check real quick. I should have checked this before I pulled this up. But what is the difference? Okay. Yep. So I personally think, because I've always told our viewers, I'm going to be 100% honest always, okay? The difference in followers and subscribers between Zav Girl and Annie is massive, dude. Annie has tenfold or more what Zav Girl does, so I think any larger content creator is going to get more of a pass anyways. However, even taking that into account, I feel like the intention matters, and I do feel like she had a good intention there. You're talking about a mom who very clearly posts pictures about her family and kids and takes pride in all that good stuff. And I just don't see a monetary focus there, you know?
I agree. I think she just couldn't post it to YouTube because it was a bit too graphic, and YouTube is strict.
And she does have a team working behind her, and everyone that's on her team needs to be paid, so there's also nothing wrong with the monetary gain, but this wasn't like an extra monetary gain on top of it. You know what I mean? So yeah, absolutely.
So this is kind of wild. This is a headline making the rounds right now, and it is a 26-year-old man that posed as a high school student at 2 different schools and is now arrested on sex crime charges.
Oh, man.
With minors.
Oh, my gosh. So was he actually enrolled in school, or was this like
enrolled? Fully enrolled and attended, I think they said 56 days of school in the 2022 to 23 school year.
That's crazy.
And this is in Nebraska, okay? And he has 3 felony charges, 2 counts of sexual assault, use of an electronic device. So I'm assuming that means he communicated with them on a cell phone, a computer, something like that. 1 count of sex trafficking of a minor.
Wait, use of an electronic device. So if this is involved in the actual charges, then I think that there must have been some sort of video or picture, not just talking to them.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Probably. Following what started as a fraud investigation. So they found out he was impersonating a student, and they started to investigate him, and then found that he was actually an offender, like a predator.
Jeez.
Yep.
That's
pretty
crazy,
wild.
Man.
His name is Zachary Scheich.
Yep.
Scheich, something like that. Here's a picture of him. Creepy.
No, it is super creepy, and this adds weight to some of the topics that we had been talking about. Now, I always say that there's this idea out there in society right now where, like, there's all these pedos that are hidden, like, just waiting to pounce on people, and I don't believe that's true. I think that active pedophiles are going to find a way to be a pedophile no matter what. Look at the lengths this guy went to. This is some pretty extreme lengths to fulfill whatever his disgusting desires were.
Yeah, he fully falsified all of his documents, like a birth certificate, everything, and enrolled in their online system on his own. And they said, like, that's not unheard of for a high school student to enroll online without a parent.
Sure.
But it's making them, like, look into their system more and how they do things. And, 'cause it's horrible that an adult, a 26-year-old, got through the system with all these fraudulent documents and was preying on the students.
Yeah.
They've gotten, like, 3 different calls, of different witnesses or victims that have talked about it.
This guy's a decade out of high school, almost. So, like, 8 or 9 years out of high school. That's crazy, man. That is wild. And that adds to what I'm saying, that, you know, a pedo is going to be a pedo, and they are going to go to extreme lengths no matter what kind of rules, laws, sharing bathrooms, unisex bathrooms, any of that stuff that's, you know, socially, politically hot right now. Unfortunately, I think until our laws become more extreme on these things, this is going to keep happening, unfortunately, and it really sucks.
Yeah, and he was a really tiny guy, which is how they think he passed as a high schooler, because he's only 5'4" and 120 pounds. Like, he's super tiny. So I guess he looked like a normal high school dude.
Jeez.
Yeah, I guess police are still, like, calling out to the community, asking if anybody knows of, like, if parents have seen, like, a, you know, weird relationship going on with their student and this guy, to reach out. If there's any more victims, reach out and let them know, because they are taking him down. They want everybody's stories.
This guy needs to be put away for a long time with this. And, you know, some of the stories that we've seen where people have done pedophilic crimes, they're only getting like 2 years where they PC up protective custody. Depending on what state they're in, they could get 2-to-1 time for good behavior when they're already in protective custody. And a lot of them come out and don't even do what they're supposed to do by getting on the registry and all those other things that come with being a sex offender.
Yeah, I don't know if this guy it doesn't say if he has any prior record. It wouldn't have mattered when he was enrolling anyway. They don't look into that to enroll in high school.
Yep.
And he was falsifying everything, so
yep.
I mean, it's just pretty scary.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
We'll see where it goes. I'm going to keep my eyes on it because it's pretty wild, man.
Yeah, I'm an advocate in saying, though, that, you know, if you're a parent out there, the point of being a parent is to train your children to be the best adult that they can be, and you start treating them like an adult at a young age to help them along the way, because they're going to mess up. That's the whole point of it, you know. And with really good parenting and training your kids how to handle different situations, I've found that no matter what situation you put a kid in, obviously we're talking about like mid to late teen kid in, you know, it doesn't matter what the situation is around them. A lot of times they'll make the right decision, even in situations like this, you know. So just keep parenting your kids the right way, like I'm sure you all are. And you know, even if your kid does get into a situation like this, I think they would be okay and make the right decision.
Yeah, if you raise a kid to have a good head on their shoulders and, you know, be able to identify things.
Yep.
Like, I feel like a lot of sheltered kids get a disadvantage with that, is
They do.
don't know what to look for in the world. Like, they have no idea what's going on out there.
Alexee, Trevizo.
So, yep, that's a great example.
Absolutely.
But yeah, kids are just like little adults in training. That's
I
how we have to
agree.
look at it.
I agree. But, all right, so this one is gnarly. So I don't know if you guys have heard, but there's so many content creators out there, or maybe not initially a content creator, but famous, rich, people who have money out there that take trips all the time to Dubai. We hear about Dubai all the time. One of the cleanest cities, one of the cities that have the least amount of crime. They have some of the most amazing towers there, and living spaces, and apartments, and boats, and there's like $1 million car in every corner, all these crazy, really cool things, right? Well, one of the topics that gets brought up all the time there is how sexist their laws are, misogynistic their laws are, okay? And we hear people time and time and time again, even like Tate, you know, saying, oh, no, it's not misogynistic there. It doesn't matter what the law says. When you go there, you see how it is, you know? And this is really interesting in regards to that. So a Houston woman, okay, a woman from Houston in the U.S. is trapped in the United Arab Emirates after being briefly detained for, get this, shouting. Literally shouting.
What?
Yeah, detained for shouting in public during an argument with a Dubai car rental company. A London-based organization is trying to help get her out of the country.
What?
Yeah, so
imagine
she was detained.
Imagine how many people would be in prison for shouting here.
Dude,
in America.
That's what I'm saying, okay? So the social media influencer Tierra Young Allen, 29, known to fans online as the Sassy Trucker, was arrested in May. In May,
wow.
3 months ago.
She's still there?
Still there. Following a confrontation with a male employee of a car rental company in Dubai who was trying to intimidate her into paying thousands of dollars she didn't truly owe. According to Rhoda Sterling, CEO and founder of Detained in Dubai, the international nonprofit organization that's working to free her. Wild, you guys. That is insane. So if you're planning a trip to Dubai or you're looking forward to it, one thing that I suggest is if you're a woman, don't go there alone. At least take another woman with you. If you can, take a guy. Take a man. Take a friend. Take a boyfriend. If you want it to be a girl trip, just talk your dude into being your travel partner. Hey, you're going to walk us to this bar. You're going to walk us to this restaurant, and then we'll call you when we need you to walk us again, so that there's always a man there. Because look, while society is advanced enough in the U.S. where we don't have to have men walking with women, obviously, you guys, there are countries out there where they aren't advanced as us, okay? And this is a perfect example of a situation like that. How misogynist can they be when a woman just gets in an argument with a guy that's trying to fraudulently force her to pay thousands of dollars that she didn't use, and she yells in public, and because it's a man, she's detained for months?
The fact that she's American too, like, it's just kind of odd. If I were to go to Dubai, I don't know if I'd want to leave a resort.
That gets me worked up, man.
I don't even think I want to go to Dubai. It sounds cool and everything. Things I've heard of people being able to do over there.
Yeah,
but in the same
really
respect,
cool with the islands and the skyscrapers and like all the cars. It's amazing, but
in the same respect, I don't know if I want to support a government with my tourist dollars that is that misogynistic and crappy.
You know what's interesting is a lot of adult workers like dominatrix go over to Dubai, and I think it's because there's a ton of businessmen with money.
It.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I don't know if they just go over there and stay in the hotel, or they do what we're just talking about and take a guy with them. I don't know, but that's one of the most profitable places for an adult worker from the U.S. or wherever around the world. Because you have all these guys with all this money. It's like a rich man's playground over there. But still, like, this is wild,
because contrary to, the new social belief with Red Pill, men don't want to be dominant all the time. A lot of them don't. They don't like it.
Yeah, you got to have a good level. So that's why we hear the age-old statement of, you have these really powerful CEO type guys that like to go and be more submissive in that area of their life without getting too detailed into it. But, it's about finding that middle ground. So when you're forced into a position of dominance and control at work, I mean, I'm sure it is nice being able to have the other side of the equation. Yeah,
let go.
Absolutely. But going back to what we were saying here, I just hope she gets out and gets out soon, because this is not fair. This is absolutely awful. I can't believe just for yelling in public, okay?
I think it's a violation of human rights, like straight up.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, when it comes to that, there's not much that we can do. Now, the U.S. can reach out to this country and try and make a deal or something like that, but it sounds like they're already working on that through the nonprofit organizations. And mind you, if there wasn't serious issues in some of these countries, do you think there wouldn't be an entire nonprofit organization that's made only for getting people out, like women out of these countries? Come on now.
Yeah.
Insane.
It's clear that this is an issue.
Yeah. So what do you guys think about it? Have you heard about it? And yeah, throw something out there. Make some noise to try and get this lady out. She doesn't deserve to be in there just for yelling in a situation where she's being robbed.
Straight up.
Wild.
I know. It is crazy. Whew. So, we talked about Gilgo Beach last week. The Rex Heuermann serial killer that has been arrested finally after over a decade. Well,
allegedly, not with that evidence.
His wife, came to his side and said she'd stand by him and everything.
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, that doesn't seem to be true, because she filed for divorce this past Wednesday after more than 27 years of marriage.
I mean, would you guys expect anything less?
No.
I feel like, okay, I've always thought this, okay? And I've always had an interest in serial killers' minds, and always had an interest in like the cultural impacts and aspects of serial killers in society, okay? I remember being like 13, 14 years old and already digging into the Son of Sam, and I've always felt this, you guys, for any serial killer or major murderer, whatever out there that has had a wife or a long-term relationship, I've always felt like they have that person to create an image so they can be their dark selves without being questioned. You know what I mean? So then people on the outside looking in will look at them and be like, I mean, there's no way he's the killer, because his wife would totally know unless she's in on it.
And he's got
not
kids.
In on it. You know what I mean?
He's got kids. He's like a family man.
Right. And we see in the evidence that every chance he got when he was alone, we're talking on lunch at work, we're talking even driving home from work, he was on adult sites harassing these girls, man, and it was escalating. So I just assume, and that's what I'm doing. I'm assuming here. This is totally just a guess, but their relationship can't be that good. And I don't mean abusive, because I don't think a serial killer or killer would be abusive, because they need that person there for them. You know what I mean? I would think that they would just do and say whatever gets them to their goal the quickest.
Yeah, there's like a disconnect there in their relationship.
Who knows if he even has the ability to have an emotional connection with someone? That might not even be possible.
Yeah, it may not. I bet you now that she's going, like she's separating and going on her own life adventure alone now, that she's going to be looking back and thinking, oh my God, that's what that meant. this is why he was this way with this.
Yeah.
This is why that. And she's going to be like, how? How did I never know?
This is why we didn't have a sex life.
Yeah, this is why he couldn't get it up.
Yep. No, I agree with you. I bet that will happen. And I just want to say good for her, man. Good for her. Because when I first heard that she was standing by his side and I was looking at the evidence simultaneously, one of my very first thoughts was, how could she, dude? I don't get it. How could you look at all that evidence and think, no, he probably didn't do it.
She's an older woman. I bet you she didn't know all the evidence yet. And then as she was presented with more and more, she's like, I can't do this.
Do you think a serial killer can be a good father? Be an objectively good father because their two personalities are so separate?
Possibly. Yeah. I do think so. That they could.
Yeah, like thinking of it logically and linearly, yes, I can understand
how they compartmentalize.
How they could do it too. And I think based off a lot of the interviews that I've read and watched on serial killers, a lot of them wish they weren't that way, but have come to terms with the fact that they can't control those urges, so they don't try anymore, you know?
Yeah.
Like Ed Kemper, I know he was like that. I think, who's the other guy with he made the belt out of nipples? I don't remember. I think it was
Gein? Ed Gein or something like that?
No, I don't remember. But anyways, I'm sure it's multiple of them if you looked into it. So,
well, I know that sociopaths...
hope he was good to his kids. I hope, man.
I hope so too.
That. And you know what's really weird that there's been a lot of studying on is that serial killer urges and gene could maybe be passed in DNA.
Well, yeah, because they even think trauma can be passed in DNA.
Right.
So why couldn't it? But I know that sociopaths, when they have family that they care about, it's because they see them as an extension of themselves. So while they can't feel like the normal feelings of like empathy, shame, or I think they might be able to feel shame, but like guilt, remorse, and stuff like that, and they don't have like normal human attachments, they see these people as like part of them, and they care about themselves.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I can see the family dynamic, but neighbors did say that family was weird and creepy and kept to themselves. Like the house was weird and creepy, and they kept to themselves, and they were quiet, and they didn't know much about them. Even though he literally lived there like his whole life.
There's one neighbor that lived directly next to him, an older lady that didn't say the family was weird. She literally specifically said he was weird, and she gave actual evidence and said that. And the police have corroborated this, where she said that there were multiple times that he was in the backyard burning something and digging up in the yard. And she said that almost every time she heard it, she had this desire to go and look and peek through the fence, but there was something that held her back. And she said she's glad she didn't ever go look.
Yeah.
But she always wondered, like, why once a month was there this burning? And then she started saying, like, I wonder if there's more victims then.
Yeah.
Because, again, we said this when we first covered this. If there are those four bodies as close as they were together, no way he went all this time without it. I think that it's very possible, you guys, that he caught so much heat from this, right, that it scared him. Because basically what needs to happen is there has to be so much heat from police and law enforcement that the fear becomes bigger than the desire to kill, okay? And then they change their methods.
Yeah.
They change how they do it. They don't stop. They change their methods.
Exactly. And
So.
I personally think there's way more, and I wouldn't be surprised if the other victims at the beach besides the four women were his too. He was looking up child prom.
I know.
And there's a child out there.
They have 16 bodies unaccounted for that they don't know how they were murdered, okay? Very well could be most of them are his, and he changed tactics, maybe.
That's what I'm saying. Because the police I heard police saying that, it doesn't really follow his MO, and I'm thinking, does it have to? Like, after you guys dug up those bodies back in the day, he could have just changed how he did it.
I think the victim type will stay the same, but the way that he ends them will change.
I think you're right about that whole type thing, but in the same respect, he may have killed other people when the heat was on him that didn't match it, and he also was looking up child stuff. So who's to say children aren't involved in all of this?
I'm not willing to go into the search results, but if you guys are interested, I was listening just in the very beginning of Elise and her video on him, and she gives all the search results in detail, and like she gets like 4 or 5 of the search results in, and I'm literally in my car like verbally saying, okay, I get it, stop, and she continues just saying, and they get worse and worse and worse.
It just really shows you how disgusting he was.
It was horrible, and I mean awful, like very specific, searching for, a certain race and type of 12-year-old girl being abused in a certain way. I was like, gosh,
it's very specific and disgusting.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's what I got on him for now. We may actually cover him as a topic next week to get more into, because there's more stuff being released. Like this is.
Yeah, no, we're definitely talking about him further. Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So look forward to that.
So, and if you guys hear anything, please post that-ish. Give us some comments. Give us some details. Let us know what you got going on. That new evidence with the neighbor's pretty cool, and corroborates that the possibility there's more victims. If we can tie as many...
house.
Yeah, if we can tie as many victims to him that he actually did as we can, that's release. That helps the victims' families find out what happened and gets over it, because I can't imagine just having something unsolved forever. That must be awful.
And justice for the victims and the families,
Yeah,
it's
absolutely. So this one's an awesome one. I'm always super stoked when I see stuff like this come out. So Minneapolis has finally joined the handful of other states out there that has now declassified mushrooms and other hallucinogens as less of a priority, which essentially means they are no longer going to pay money for police officers and investigators to put time and money into investigating people that have anything to do with these things. They said specifically in there they see the value in hallucinogens, specifically mushrooms, for depression, PTSD, a whole multitude of mental, anguishes that people could have, and they are no longer going to invest in prosecuting that
incredible.
stuff.
That's incredible, if I can speak. So it's not like a full decriminalization, just they're not going to worry about it anymore.
Yep, absolutely.
We need to do this with everything.
California did that with pot, like 15 years ago.
Long time ago.
Yeah, I remember if you were caught with it like in your car, what the cops would do is just like throw it out in the street or stomp it out or whatever, because it's a controlled substance. Driving, that's scary, that's not good for anybody, the driver or the other people around you. And of course, if you got caught smoking driving, that's different. That's the same as drinking and driving. But they wouldn't charge you with those things. So this is phenomenal because, it's been proven time and time again, marijuana is medicinal. It has now been starting to be proven that mushrooms and other hallucinogens are medicinal. They are a game changer for people who have bipolar disorder, a game changer for people who have depression.
PTSD is the biggest one, I think.
Yep. Well, I think ecstasy is more focused for PTSD, and mushrooms, while yes, there is some usages for PTSD, I think it's more on the mood stabilization.
Oh, okay.
So, but yeah, I mean, if you guys haven't done any research into mushrooms and hallucinogens,
it's incredible.
It's
incredible. It's really interesting stuff.
Just a quick bite of information. There is no substance in the world, like no drug out there, prescription, anything like that, that can replace the cells that are in our head, except for mushrooms. Not even any other hallucinogen can do this. It is a mushroom-specific thing that when you ingest mushrooms, and not even a dose that makes you hallucinate, but just a micro dose to where you don't even feel it, those cells in your head come back, and not only come back, they get bigger than they were before, which reduces the distance from communicating from one to the next one, which makes your brain more sharp. So, like, there is phenomenal research being done about this. I think every state needs to look into these things for the benefit of their citizens.
Absolutely.
But if you guys have any information on this, please. I am obsessed with this topic. I love to know about this and all the benefits that are here, even like Alzheimer's. You know, it could be a cure for Alzheimer's. But leave the information in the comments. Let us know what you think. And that is it for updates.
Yeah, it is. So I have been totally engulfed today in the JonBenét Ramsey case.
I've seen some videos of that out.
Engulfed. And, you know, this is a classic. Like, anybody who's been into true crime knows about JonBenét Ramsey. She's America's Madeleine McCann, okay?
Yeah.
The parents were suspected heavily, just like in the Madeleine McCann story, situation, case. And it's just super tragic. Super, super tragic.
A girl
young,
on the rise.
Beautiful, like, super loved by many, and maybe many pedophiles, too.
Yeah. Unfortunately, when you have a good-looking child, like a really cute child,
charismatic child, who's
like
loves everyone.
I know.
They are literally a target, and that is what is horrible.
It's scary. It's disgusting. It's a shame. Yeah.
So the dad, he's been making his rounds for a while now. He's done CrimeCon. He's done many interviews. CrimeCon, they literally said, "Did you kill your daughter?" And he had to say no, like, on stage in front of everybody.
Really?
Yeah. So, we're going to get into some theories, and the guy that's making the news headlines right now about his confession, after we're just going to do a quick rundown of, like, what happened. I don't know if I'd say super quick, but there's a lot of information. So, this happened in Boulder, Colorado in 1996. She was 6 years old. Her mother and father were Patsy and John Ramsey. JonBenét Ramsey was his name, so, like, her name is a play on his name.
Okay, yep.
JonBenét is her name. She had an older brother named Burke. And apparently, in 1994, he hit her in the face with a golf club and left a scar on her face, which is something a lot of people have given some kind of significance to, which goes along with a theory later. I don't know how I feel about it. But, so, this is Christmas time, 1996. We're in the month of December, and the Burkes the Ramseys are like a prominent family in this area.
Sure.
The dad is a CEO of his own business. They're wealthy. They're like the hostess with the mostest. They're doing the holiday parties, parades. I think JonBenét in this time wins 2 beauty pageants. They had a holiday tour in their town where like 1,500 to 2,000 people walked through their house that month.
15? Oh, I did hear about that. Yeah, I remember that.
So many people were in that house where the murder occurred that month.
Yep.
Literally thousands.
Yeah, I would so not be good with that, you guys. I'm not willing to have 1,500 people walk through my house. Sorry.
Yeah, I felt like that was a really important detail that... I feel like the suspect list is enormous for this.
Well, they saw opportunity. Whoever it was, they saw an obvious opportunity.
Okay, so get this. A window in the basement had been knocked out and had been that way for weeks, and the dad was like, well, we live in a safe neighborhood. I'm not going to repair that. And just left a window busted out in their basement. Thousands of people walking through the entire house, including the basement and the cellar where she's later found. Interesting. I'm just going to say it's interesting.
Yeah, it stands out like a sore thumb interesting.
So she also was on a float in the holiday parade, okay? Like
so
they are...
endless eyes on her.
Endless eyes on her. And it just makes you wonder. So, December 23rd, they had a party at their home. It was like 30 guests, and... There was a guy there who was Santa. His name was Bill Reynolds. And that night, for some reason, there was a mistaken 911 call. Police showed up. They said it was a mistake. They left. Don't know if that's significant. Next day on the 24th, she's playing at her friend's house. Says she had a secret visit from Santa.
You know what? I don't mean to interrupt you here, but the first time I heard this story, and I've heard it a couple times, but I never realized that guaranteed that 911 call was to test how quick they got to their house. Guaranteed it was to test how quick they got to their house.
See, these little details are sometimes super significant.
Yeah.
Maybe. That's a good point.
It was a test.
That's a good theory.
Guaranteed it was a test.
So... It was.
They knew how quick they needed things to be done to.
So most likely it was somebody at the holiday party.
Yeah. So if a neighbor called or somebody saw something or something was going on, you know what your time frame is.
That's a good point.
I never thought of that before. That's totally possible.
Yeah, I agree. So
what do you guys think?
She's playing at her friend Megan's house the very next day and says that she had a secret visit from Santa. She told Megan's mom this, which was a little strange. That's a little strange. They go to a church event that night, and then, it's Christmas Day the next day. They have a dinner party with their friends Fleet and Priscilla White at their house. Normal family dinner on Christmas, with friends. The kids, they go home, the kids fall asleep in the car, they carry JonBenét up to her bed, and 10 p.m. was the last time she was seen alive in her bed sleeping. The parents go to bed like 30 minutes later. The next day, they get up at like 5:30 a.m. because they have a flight to Michigan. They're going on vacation. They're literally up early, like rushing to get things ready for vacation. The dad's showering. The mom is rinsing out because apparently JonBenét had a bedwetting problem. Now, I've heard many people say that signals sexual assault.
Yes, it does.
I've heard many people say it can be constipation. It can
be many things.
It could be many things. You just don't know. She could have had a UTI from something harmless, like not knowing how to wipe good because she's 6.
Yeah.
Like, there's many things that can happen that can give a little girl a UTI. I had many when I was a little kid, and I never experienced SA when I was a child. So... I just don't know if that's significant, but maybe it becomes significant when we hear more evidence later. So anyway, the mom is rinsing out her, jammies. So they think that she was changed into, a sweatshirt and taken out of her jammies that night because she wet the bed. This was a problem she had. Her parents were super frustrated by it. Mom rinses them out, goes to walk downstairs, and sees a note laying on the bottom of the stair banister. This is the infamous ransom note. She screams, shrieks. John said he could hear her from upstairs, and he knew, something is super wrong. So apparently she's hysterical. The ransom note is super sus, you guys. I feel like every theory we're going to go into, the ransom note totally throws it off. I just don't understand the ransom note. It has been inspected by so many people. It is split down the middle. People think it was the mom or they don't know. But there seems to be a few facts that are somewhat universal. And that is whoever wrote it had, like, their writing ability was high. They were an intelligent person. Okay. Their native language was English, and they thought it was a female.
Okay.
So, interesting. But as the note goes on, like, it's like the writing gets sloppier as they get to the end. And also, it seems that they misspell a few words that seem easy. Because in this note, they're pretending there's some foreign faction. Okay? Mm. And they misspell some words that seem like it would be easy to get right. And then some really long words, it seems like they spelled it perfectly, which doesn't really make sense. Mm. So, let me pull up the ransom note real quick.
A foreign faction.
So this is entitled to Mr. Ramsey. Listen carefully. We're a group of individuals that represent a small foreign faction. We respect your business, but not the country that it serves. At this time, we have your daughter in our possession. She is safe and unharmed, and if you want her to see 1997, you must follow our instructions to the letter. You will withdraw $118,000 from your account. $100,000 will be in $100 bills, and the remaining $18,000 will be in $20 bills. Weird.
Yeah.
So they put down like a bunch of stipulations about the delivery and all of, like, it's weird how specific they are.
Well, it kind of makes sense with the money because I'm pretty sure $100 bills are tracked differently than smaller denominations. Not to mention, in smaller denominations, there's more prints of those, which make them harder to track. So, like, if I was a killer or robber, like, trying to get money from someone, I need enough money to pay people to get away into another country where the serial number on the hundreds won't matter anymore. That's my guess.
See, I've been wondering, anybody I've heard talk about this, they're like, that's weird, why would they ask for it? And I think the same thing, and I don't know anything about money, but I'm glad you know that.
Yeah, that's just my guesstimation there, okay?
Yeah, because I really wanted to know, and I couldn't find anybody explain why they would ask for that, like that.
That's what I think, because 20s are less likely to get caught, okay? They're more usable, and how many places have you been, especially back in the day, that said we don't take hundreds? A lot.
Yeah, true. Yep. So basically they say, like, if you call the cops, if you do anything other than what we're telling you to do, you tell anybody, you don't follow our instructions, she dies. They talk about beheading her, and it says if they don't follow their instructions, you stand, she's going to die. And they said if you do, you stand 100% chance of getting her back. You and your family are under constant scrutiny as well as the authorities. Don't try to grow a brain, John. You are not the only fat cat around. So don't think that killing will be difficult. Don't underestimate us, John. Use that good Southern common sense of yours. It is up to you now, John. And it says victory, ! Signed SBTC. Whatever that means.
Why do they think it's a woman who wrote it? To me, the handwriting looks masculine.
See, I don't know. I don't know. That's just what handwriting experts said.
Yeah. No, I get that. I was just curious if it said anywhere why it seemed feminine.
Maybe they were biased. Maybe half of those people who think it's a female or think it's Patsy are just biased. And they're, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's not unheard of. But they did find that it would take no less than 20 minutes to write if you, like, they timed people writing it. But you have to account for the person thinking about what they're going to say. The other thing is it was written with a notepad and paper in their house at their writing desk. So whoever this was came in there and found a notepad and a pen and sat in their house and wrote it.
And as you can see, it's too neat for them to be one of the parents that are using their opposite hand. It's too neat. This is somebody using their actual writing hand here.
Yeah, I agree with that. It is neat. The writing is pretty good, but you can see that it gets sloppier.
It looks masculine, though. I don't know why I feel like that, because I'm not a writing expert, but to me it looks masculine.
Interesting. But this ransom note, it just really throws me off. It's really strange. Mm-hmm. Especially what happens later. Like, that just makes it way more stranger. On top of that, they found 2 practice notes that had been written and thrown away. So someone practiced this twice and then wrote it. And that's 3 pages of paper. 3 pages of a ransom note, which is really strange. Anyway, so it's 5:52 a.m. They go, like, the parents go look for JonBenét in her room. She's not there. They check on her older brother. He is there, fast asleep. John reads a note, and Patsy calls 911. In this, which I want to play for you real quick, because I'm really curious what you think, she is hysterical, like, super upset, as you would think. Her daughter's gone.
Of course.
Well, the 911 dispatcher claims that the last 6 seconds she could hear other voices, and that when Patsy had thought she hung up, she didn't. And there was an immediate drop in her tone from being hysterical at a 10 to, like, calm. And it was really weird. And people have enhanced this audio and believe they hear Burke and John. I do not hear that. I can't tell if it's a man's voice, female. I can't even tell what's going on. I don't get it. But let's play it real quick. You tell me what you think.
Police. What's going on? 15th Street. What's going on there, ma'am? We have a kidnapping. Hurry, please. Explain to me what's going on, okay? There's a note left and our daughter's gone. A note was left and your daughter is gone? How old is your daughter? 6 years old. She's gone. 6 years old. How long ago was it? I don't know. I just found the note. And my daughter's gone. Does it say who took her? What? Does it say who took her? I don't know. There's a ransom note here. It's a ransom note? It says SBTC. Victory. Please. Okay, what's your name? Are you Patsy Ramsey? I'm the mother. Oh my God. Please. I'm sending an officer over, okay? Please. Do you know how long she's been gone? No, I don't. Please, we just got out. Is she right here? Oh my God, please. Okay, come on. There's somebody. I am, honey. Please. Take a deep breath away, okay? Hurry. Patsy.
Dude, I don't know how anybody can hear that. And I watched a cold case detective talk about this, and he said, I literally don't give any merit to that. He's like, I don't hear anything other people hear. Like, it doesn't even make sense.
To me, this sounds legitimate. It sounds like their son woke up. She set the phone down, was like, oh my God, help me, Jesus, help me. She's losing her mind, clearly. And the son's asking, what happened? What did you find? And the father's saying, we're not talking to you.
Right.
Okay? Because they're freaking out, right?
Yeah.
So nothing sounds shady to me.
Yeah,
I
agree with
legitimate.
you. Looking at it from that
Even
perspective,
the tonality.
Looking at that perspective, I agree with you. It could be totally legitimate. And then looking at the other perspective where they think the family had something to do with it, people are saying, well, they're mad at him because he did it or something. They're covering it up. Like, I think people looking at it with that negative lens are automatically assuming it's shady.
So, for you guys that don't know, I've been in sales, really high-intensity sales my whole life, and tone is really important, and body language, and I feel like I'm pretty good at picking up on those things. I obviously wasn't expertly trained, but my career and profession has depended on it, my entire life. But so even in who did we cover? The guy who ended his wife and son, Murdaugh. Even Murdaugh, I could tell from that one call that something was up, what was going on there, and there were a few things we were able to point out. But this all sounds legit to me. Everything, the way that she's saying the words, it sounds like genuinely out of breath. When someone's faking it, sometimes they take breaths at different areas in sentences they're saying, and then when they're trying to pretend to freak out, a lot of times they start with a lower tone, and the middle of the sentence they're higher and then come down. Like, the way they speak, in the fashion they speak, is different when they're faking it versus when it's real. I think that's genuine.
Yeah, I feel like it's genuine. The father has, come out and talked about it a lot in the past several years, because he's hired private investigators. Like, he still wants to find who did it. But I
think it's a man.
I think even after, with interviews on TV, you could tell the mom was genuinely grieving. Like, it didn't seem fake. But other people have other theories. Then after the 911 call, Patsy, the mother, she calls the White family, which they were at their dinner party the night before, remember?
Yeah.
They call them over, which was Fleet and Priscilla White, which people found odd that she called friends over immediately after the 911 call. I don't know if that's that weird, like needing support, my daughter's gone, like help us, like reaching out to anybody and everybody. I don't think that's weird.
I don't necessarily think it's weird. And the thing is, too, like...
some people are people.
I probably shouldn't go down that route, but like a lot of people that I've known that have a lot of money have a lot of really close relationships with other people, like even sexual type, that creates a different level of bonding and things like that. So for me, I don't think that's weird.
Yeah, but
either.
Also being rich is all about connections, who you know, and stuff like that. And they seem like they might have been like that a little bit, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, the police arrive right at like 5:59 a.m. They get there pretty quick. They search the house. There were no tracks. It snowed that night. There were no tracks in the snow around the house, though as it's snowing, they can be covered up. There's ways that they could have been covered up, I guess.
Sure.
But usually when it snows on top of tracks, there's still an indentation.
Mm-hmm.
It usually isn't just like gone unless it snows a lot. But there was the broken window in the basement in the playroom. It had been there for weeks, as I said before. So one weird thing is Linda Arndt, which was the detective on the case at the scene, asked the father to search the house.
Okay.
Is that not a little weird?
I don't know.
Usually at a crime scene, police come in and take over. They don't say, "Hey, you, parent of the missing child, go search your house."
The mother might have still been freaking out. So priorities, and maybe she felt like she needed to stay with the mother and their other kid. I don't know.
See, I'm wondering at the same time, like, it's their house, so they will know if something's not normal.
Yep.
So while people are saying that's crappy police work, in the same respect, I've heard people act like he didn't have a police officer with him. I think he actually did have a police officer with him, because they said something about him going missing while the police were there for a little bit and going through his mail and stuff, which I don't know if they're talking about when he went to go get the ransom money, because he went to go get ransom money. He also went to get the mail, but they didn't have a mailbox outside the house. They had a mail slot.
Okay.
So at some point, he was unaccounted for, and then they wanted to they started getting suspicious of the family. And they wanted to keep tabs on him. So, and apparently they wanted him to stay busy at the same time.
Most of the time it is a family member, so. I
think the police were walking around with him like, is anything out of order? Is anything going on here?
Yeah.
But anyway, they search the house many times. They never find anything. Like, they can't find anything except for that broken window. Now, all the while, the cellar door, wine cellar, they have a wine cellar. Okay, this is a big, big, nice house. They have their own wine cellar in the basement. It's locked from the outside. So to all of them, it didn't really seem like, well, why would she be in there? It's locked from the outside. Like, we locked it last. Like, they didn't think to look in there, I guess, apparently.
Sure.
But, so, apparently, they send the young boy away, Burke, and they clean the kitchen. They allow the friends and stuff that are there to clean the kitchen. Okay. They're not thinking this is like a crime scene, I guess, really, which it kind of is. A kidnapping happened here.
Yeah.
But they clean up the kitchen.
Wouldn't you want to check to make sure there's no dishes used or anything like that?
Well, see, there were. There were.
Oh.
So, they actually think the crime probably happened in the kitchen. And they freaking cleaned the kitchen.
Oh my god.
I know. So, anyway, finally, at like 1 p.m. after the ransom call was supposed to happen at like 10. It never happened. Nobody ever called.
Okay. 1
p.m., she decides to tell John and to go like search again. John grabs his friend Fleet and they go downstairs. Fleet said that like apparently he had looked down there before and the hallway light to the wine cellar was on, but it was locked and everything. They go down there and John opens the wine cellar door and yells he found her. And it's dark in there. And he's like, how did he see her? It was dark. And after he says he found her, he flips on the light. And he goes to her. Fleet runs upstairs, like, call an ambulance. And this is how she was found, okay? It's horrific. It's
there was light in the hallway, so he could have seen her.
I think that's weird to say. I feel like from the beginning, which John even says this, the father says this in media interviews, when people went up to him, people have come up to him and said, I'm so sorry that I thought you did it. I thought you did that to your own child. I'm sorry I even thought that. And he said, well, how could you not have? He said, the media painted us as monsters from the beginning. Of course you thought that. Yeah. And I think that's something we need to be careful of in true crime cases, like the Kohberger case. Like, things can happen, evidence can build that can make you think it's one way, but it's actually not. And this is a perfect case of that.
Yeah.
It's perfect for that. All of this evidence could be explained in a totally different way. Mm-hmm. It can be interpreted in all different ways. And there's even DNA evidence in this. And we still don't know who did it. So, anyway, so she was under a blanket, okay? They pull the blanket off. John yells, oh, my baby, and she's got black duct tape on her mouth, and he rips it off. which he's panicking. Okay.
Yeah.
A police officer should have been down there with him. I feel like he shouldn't have been down there alone without a police officer from the beginning, searching the house. Like, I think he had police officers with him. Other times he searched, and then other times not. And in this time, there wasn't a police officer there. He rips the duct tape off her face, which is evidence. Like, he just contaminated the crime scene.
Yeah.
She is bound with her hands above her head, and he tries to untie her wrists, and then he carries her upstairs. So, she suffered SA. She suffered blunt force trauma to the head with a heavy object and was strangled with a garrote. Like, a garrote, if you don't know, is like a cord with 2 wooden sticks, and you see them in movies, okay? Well, this was a makeshift garrote, and it was made from a paintbrush from the mother's painting set in the basement.
Okay.
Pieces of that paintbrush were also found inside of her. So she had been SA'd with it, and then a makeshift garrote was made with it, and she was killed with it.
Oh my gosh.
There was, bleeding in her underwear, but there was no bleeding on her head. They didn't even know the head trauma was there until the autopsy. They found that out after the autopsy. So the right side of her skull was fractured, but it was all internal. There was no blood. She had like a sweatshirt on, and apparently her wrist being tied was over the sweatshirt. So a lot of people have questioned, it was over her sweatshirt and it seemed loose enough she could have got out of it. But you got to remember, the dad tried to untie her. So what, like, can we really say it was so loose she could have got out of it when he tried to untie her as soon as he saw her?
Yeah. Or it was loose, and the way that the killer was controlling her was grabbing the string in the middle. Imagine an arm here and an arm here.
She's 6.
And you are grabbing that in the middle, and you have full control,
She's 6,
Yeah.
and it's an adult, clearly, that did this to her. I did hear people say that she was in full rigor mortis, and that they believe her wrists were tied after she was dead. Okay. So that's not official.
Matter.
I don't know that it matters, and I don't know that that's even official information, but I have heard people speculate that. So the autopsy, the coroner also said they believed that there had been long-term SA going on. Which is not, I don't know if that's entirely confirmed. There was DNA found under her fingernails from 3 different people, 2 males and a female. There was also male DNA, which was not sperm or blood. It's assumed to be touch DNA in her underwear and her pants, like long john jammy pants. I have heard people think that that could be from a factory, which, if it's Christmas, she just got new jammies and maybe underwear. I actually think the underwear were a gift to one of her cousins, and she liked them, and she took them because they were too big for her, but she was wearing them. Maybe because she changed in the middle of the night when she wet the bed and put on new things that hadn't been washed before. So it could be DNA from a factory worker, and there have been studies conducted showing that if you go buy clothes from a store, they can have DNA on them from people touching them. Like, it's not unheard of. So
no, it's super common.
It's common. He carries her upstairs after finding her in this horrible way. The police officer has him put her in the living room, which they also think that's huge contamination evidence. Like, the crime scene is completely contaminated. It is not cordoned off. They only cordoned off her bedroom like hours into this. The mother's hysterical, throwing herself over the body. She asked to literally be sedated. She's like, literally knock me out. I'm over this. Like, I need to be put to sleep. Which I don't blame her. Like, this is tragic. This is horrible. I can't even imagine. So, anyway, the parents were uncooperative because the police started suspecting them. And I heard people say, well, they didn't start pointing fingers at them right away, but they were suspecting them that day. Like, they were, saying keep tabs on them, as they should.
Because
but I think the parents...
statistics show that it's most likely a family member.
Yeah, but the parents felt it, and they literally lawyered up 2 hours after the body was found.
Dude, that's so dumb, because the police should be honest with them. That's where, obviously, they had a flaw there, because if I was a police officer, I would even in this situation, be like, look... You're going to be offended by me, but I need to consider you as being guilty, and I need you to understand that, okay? That's it.
Yeah, that is totally okay. And I think anybody should know and be reasonable that everyone involved is a suspect until you're cleared.
Absolutely.
So...
I wonder if the police were just trying to be, like, secret about it, though, and they're, talking to each other and not just being straight up, like...
I think they didn't want to be because the parents are the wife is hysterical. Yeah. So they're thinking if we tell them that, this could be, adding to trauma. What if they're not the people? Which I agree, it's stupid, but this is in the 90s, okay? Police work was probably a little bit different back then. I don't know. Or maybe they just didn't do a good job. A lot of people don't think they did a good job. A lot of people think they did an awful job. I heard a cold case detective, ex-police officer talk about this and say he thinks they did an excellent job. Which, he's a police officer, so he's a little bit biased
No
there.
case is perfect. I am a
Agreed.
100% advocate for that statement because... people are involved, dude. We have no idea. No idea.
I think that police oftentimes try to do their best in every situation. I'm not saying anyone tried to do a bad job, but they can make mistakes, and they may not have had a great training, you know, in situations like this. So anyway, they did not give an official police interview until 5 months later. After this, they lawyered up 2 hours after the body was found with separate lawyers, a lawyer for her, a lawyer for him. They talked to the older brother. He said he was asleep all night. So, here's some theories, okay? The older brother... Okay, JonBenét Ramsey was found with undigested pineapple in her stomach. Okay. The older brother and her loved eating pineapple in milk. They would put pineapple bowl, pull milk over it like cereal.
Okay.
They found a bowl of that in the kitchen. It had the mom's DNA and the older brother's DNA on it, but not JonBenét's. There's a theory that he was jealous of her. He had hit her in the face with a golf club, a year or two earlier. And, like a bratty little sister, she goes up and takes a piece of pineapple out of his bowl, and then he hits her in the face with a big mag flashlight they have in the kitchen. She falls, it fractures her skull, she falls to the floor, and the parents cover it up. That this little boy has anger issues. And he did do a Dr. Phil interview where he smiled the whole time and it was really awkward and really weird. I don't know. I found that a lot of people do believe it was somebody in the house. They're not sure who. A lot of people think it's Patsy because this is another theory, she treated her daughter like a living doll, put makeup on her, even not when she was in pageants, and bleached her hair at 6 years old. Bleached her daughter's hair.
She was in pageants, though.
Yeah, but that's... and pageants are very exploitative to children. People are saying, pedophiles, it's kind of a haven for pedophiles. Anyway, that she was really frustrated by this bedwetting, and maybe she was, a perfectionist type mom, and that her daughter was doing this, really bothered her. And she got really angry with her that night and hit her or pushed her or did something to her, and then they covered it up. Now, there is the Santa theory, where that guy, Bill McReynolds, that was Santa, did it. Because he was, obsessed with her. He said he had a closer relationship to her than his own children. And he gave her a Christmas card saying that day, the day before, that she was going to be getting a surprise Christmas
85%.
gift the next day. 85% what?
85% of all crimes like this are family members or somebody very close to the family, like family members.
I know.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming, the statistic. I know. So he gave her that Christmas card that said she'd be getting a surprise after Christmas. Well, get this. 22 years before JonBenét went missing, to the date, his daughter went missing, but was later found. The exact day. His daughter went missing 22 years earlier, but was later found. Also, he carried a vial of glitter on him, of this gold glitter that JonBenét gave him, okay? He carried it on his person at all time and said when he died, he wanted it to be mixed with his ashes.
Yeah,
Weird?
dude. Strange.
So he later dies. Apparently he was cleared by the police. Everybody was cleared by the police. So then there's John Mark Carr. He confessed in 2005 to a guy at University of Colorado. His name's Michael Tracy, in an email correspondence where he said, I did it. And he gave like specific details that they thought were relevant to the case, that maybe he for real was the one. They go arrest him. His DNA didn't match. And there's also other things where he was like supposedly in a different area of America and they have proof. So they know for sure there's no way he did it. He's just a freak. He's like a pedophile. I think he actually was working at a school. He was literally a teacher.
Then why would he say he did that? That's so strange.
I don't know. There's also a theory about Michael Helgoth, worked at an auto salvage yard nearby. He ended up being a part of like a murder where it was made to look like a self-deletion. So he died. And there was a lot of weird stuff with that. Him talking to a coworker about a business deal where him and his buddy were going to make like over $50,000 each, about the amount of the ransom. And he was also had like a really shady history of like animal abuse and SA and stuff like that. So there's also the theory that John Ramsey really pissed off a coworker, because the $118,000 is really weird because that was his Christmas bonus money. That is exactly how much he got for his Christmas bonus at work.
No way.
Exactly, $118,000.
Okay, so could that be relevant? Sure, it could be relevant, but if that was bigger than normal and they like to brag, they had 1,500 people come through their house, they could have been drinking, hanging around in social circles, and talking about that. So anyone could have heard it. Anyone.
Yeah, I agree with you. So then we'll get into this guy. This is the one that's going around right now like crazy. I don't know why. So
this is the most important part because he just,
Yeah.
Okay.
But he didn't just confess. Everybody knew about this years ago. So I don't know why it's making the rounds. This didn't happen recently.
What?
This happened years ago. I do not know why this is going. He was, okay, at the 1 year anniversary, this guy, Gary Howard Olivia, I don't know. He was seen at the 1 year anniversary of her death at a Christmas vigil there for her death. And literally the dad, John Ramsey's private investigator, took pictures of him there holding this folder. And they were investigating him because he was a known pedo in the area. He's a homeless man in the area that people knew, and they were looking into him because John thought for real that he could be for real who did it.
Really?
And there were tips called into the cops literally the day after her murder. So, Gary Howard Olivia. The news likes to say he lived a few houses away. No, he didn't. He got mail at a church nearby because he was homeless. And that was like 13 houses down from the Ramseys' home. So, December 27, 1996, he calls an old high school friend who lives in California and says, in tears, I'm in Boulder, Colorado, and I just hurt a little girl. The guy's like, what? He said he doesn't know what to make of it. He tries to get more info. He won't give him more info. They hang up. Next day, this guy gets up and sees the news of JonBenét Ramsey and is like, holy shit, and calls in a tip to the police. Here's nothing. 3 months pass. Calls in another tip. Here's nothing. Now, fast forward 19 years. This guy's in prison for child prawn and confesses in a series of letters to the same guy. Sends this guy in California letters saying he did it. And here's the letters. Okay. It said, hold on, let me zoom in. The handwriting, I mean, whoa. Do you feel like the handwriting is similar?
Yeah, one's just in capitals. Just save those pictures. So, I write in all caps, no matter what. If I'm writing, it is in all caps, and my capital letters are just taller than the rest of my letters. And the note is not written in all caps. You need to look at some things that could stand out, like B's, D's, E's.
Okay, the D is not the same at all.
Where?
D.
Yeah, it
and
is.
D.
It's the same.
No.
Yeah,
because this one has a hook.
Fast. That one is a capital. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But it is in all caps. And I know my handwriting has changed a little bit throughout my life. But it says, said I had already become. Is that what it says? Here, I think I wrote down a part of it. I'm just going to read the most relevant part because I can't really read it that well, to be honest. Maybe I'm just blind. Okay, he said, I never loved anyone like I loved JonBenét, yet I let her slip and her head bashed in half, and I watched her die. It was an accident. Please believe me. It says, please don't give up on me. She was not like the other kids. Please don't hate me. You're the only person I write to. I'm sorry I'm evil and murder children. Please don't turn your back on me. Please keep writing to me. I consider myself to be very lucky to know you. And then it says Gary. Okay, so I read it a little bit backwards on the first paragraph. Sorry about that, but you can read it. Because I was I have a note of part of it written, only a section, and then I picked up from the rest. Okay. Anyway, moving on. So a lot of people do not believe this is the guy. His DNA doesn't match, okay? There's no DNA match. But the DNA under her fingernails, they're thinking, may be too degraded.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, or it could be from playing and having all those kids around and things like that from earlier in the day.
Yep.
No?
It very well could be. But the DNA didn't match the parents. The parents were officially exonerated. Like, they were called to a grand jury for neglect, not murder, actually. For neglect and putting her in a position where she could be harmed. And the DA decided that he didn't want to go through with it because he felt like there wasn't enough evidence, while the grand jury actually did feel like, apparently, allegedly, from what I heard,
when they were just at the house. Like, I don't understand.
That they were neglectful and had caused her to have this happen, even if they didn't do it themselves, or that they had more information that could have led to it. So I don't know if you can call that official exoneration, but people say it is. People say it is, and they say the DNA not matching is an official exoneration. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I actually feel personally that it was an outsider. It was an intruder. Now, there was a cobweb on that bottom downstairs window that wasn't disturbed. People are saying there's no way they could have came through that window unless they had knocked out the cobweb. And also the snow, like footprints. I heard the cold case detective that I was listening to, which I'll put his channel name up here because he is really good. Like, I like him. I don't agree with him on everything all the time, but he's more of an expert than I am. He thinks all of the evidence points to somebody in the house. Now, I did hear him say a theory that maybe the person was waiting in the house before they got home. I was just going to
say that.
Really?
Yeah.
I knew you would bring that up. I knew you would make those connections.
Because it's a really big house.
Wrote the note. That's why they took their time writing it. And then when they came home, like, they already, you know what I mean? They had it down.
Well, and it was a really big house. And she said the night before that someone visited her. How do we know they weren't in the house for 2 days? How do we know?
Yeah. And okay, so get this. The pineapple, like, did the guy come in and eat, like, did she wake up in the middle of the night and go eat pineapple on her own? Like, what is that? She had pineapple in her stomach. So the cold case detective thought that was one of the most important evidence details
if it's a pedo,
for him.
Pedos legitimately feel like they're super attracted to a kid. Like, they have some kind of weird bond with them in
like
the same
an adult.
way that, like, you would be super on, like, a girl or a dude you find super hot out there at the club and you're flirting and things like that. And pedos do that same kind of thing. So, like, the pedo could have been like, well, what's your favorite food? Oh, really? Let's get you some. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
okay,
gross,
so just finishing up this guy, okay, Gary, Olivia, or whatever, the police acknowledged the letters of confession in 2019. That's when this happened, 2019.
Yeah.
And they said, they acknowledged them, they said they knew they were there, but they kind of swept them under the carpet and was like, we looked into it, we don't have anything more to say about it. His DNA doesn't match. Okay, this guy has a history of abuse, child sexual abuse, and he carried a picture of JonBenét in his backpack, which was found when he was arrested in 2000 on a drug charge. He also had a stun gun in his backpack and a poem called Ode to JonBenét. He also claimed he made a shrine of her and that she wasn't like the other kids. And then in 2016, he was arrested on child porn charges. And, he had a stun gun in his backpack, which I don't know what the real evidence is for this, but I've heard people say she had 2 marks on her cheek, she had 2 marks on the back of her neck, she had 2 marks on her lower back. I'm guessing she did have 2 little puncture marks somewhere on her body. I don't know why I can't find the official, like, evidence for that. I've heard people say it's all over the place. But they said it seems like it could be consistent with a stun gun. Anyway, the dad is saying on, court TV and stuff, he did an interview saying that he believes that Gary could have done it, that it should be looked into, but he wants DNA testing the same way the California Golden State Killer, you know how they did the reverse DNA, like the family history mapping and stuff? He wants that done with the DNA that was found on his daughter. Okay. But the police won't give it up.
What?
They won't let it go. They will not give up the DNA to get that testing done.
Wow.
And even a random benefactor called him and was like, hey, if it's money that the police are worried about, I will front all the money. I will pay for all of it. If they just do it, police still won't do it.
That's ridiculous. That is crazy. Oh my gosh.
So I'm wondering why. Why won't the police give it up? What is the reason for that? I'm so curious because this is a very cold case. Besides these weird random pedos that keep popping up confessing to it. One completely disproven. He just wanted clout, I guess, or was obsessed with it. Yeah. Like obsessed with the case. People are thinking that it's the same thing with this Gary guy, that he's like really obsessed with the case. But he was nearby. He was there. He was at the vigil. Yeah. He was there.
Yeah, but was
in the neighborhood homeless.
Okay, so he was proven to be in that area during that time.
Yes,
Got
absolutely. Hanging out with homeless people in the church parking lot,
Not-
getting his mail there.
Not homeless. He was probably staying in their house somewhere, as
Dude,
scary as that is.
It's a huge house. How do we not think that's not possible?
I totally do. You know how many different videos we've seen of people, like, living in these tiny spaces, in these small homes in big cities?
So scary. Like that guy in New York had
Yep.
a person up in that little space in his apartment.
Yes.
Oh my gosh,
Yes,
you guys.
absolutely.
What if that's what was going on? What if he was going in and out of that window in their basement, living in there?
Yes. Totally possible. It is totally possible.
Just saying. I mean, who knows? But anyway, that's the updates on the case. I want to know which theory you think makes the most sense. Because I'm just not sure. The mother died in 2006 of ovarian cancer, which is really sad. But John just really, the dad, he said he really wants this solved for, like, he wants to solve it before he dies, but he really hopes it to be solved for his grandkids, like for closure for the family.
I agree with that.
Yeah. And I hope he gets it. I hope in his lifetime, even though his wife, Patsy, couldn't see, justice for JonBenét, I hope he gets to see that. And I honestly don't think that the parents did it.
Yeah.
I
don't
think it's
the
too
parents
brutal.
Did it based off what I'm seeing.
And there's no way a 9-year-old boy made a makeshift garage, okay?
Yeah, I agree.
There's no way.
Well, a 9-year-old boy also wouldn't think of shoving that stuff in her body. The wood, splinters, stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I don't
It's
agree
a lot.
with that.
I don't think it was the family, to be honest. That's not
I don't think so
That's
either.
not how I feel, but I'm no expert over here,
Yep.
so
I don't think it is the family, personally. I have no idea who it is. I would definitely want to look into it more. But it's weird how this has been so big again lately.
yeah, and it's not even new. That confession isn't new.
Yeah.
So and that guy was being looked into literally right after her murder, a year after, by a private investigator. So
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just
wild.
Maybe it's not him at all, but it makes me curious if there's like a homeless... The dad said there's a lot of weird people walking around back then in Boulder, Colorado. Even now, it's like there is like a lot of rich people there, but there's also a lot of like different interesting people that, kind of move through that area. So, who knows? It could have been a traveler.
Yeah,
It could have... If there's a homeless community, maybe it's a random homeless person who, ran off to a different place in the country again.
A lot of our viewers and people who are leaving comments come up with some really good ideas, some things that I was like, wow, I never thought of that at all. With one guy commented on the Idaho4 with the dog hair and girl hair, since it was all women and an animal in that house, and it was just like really, really good the way he was presenting it. And we have quite a few other people that brought up some theories as well. So please, you guys, if you know any information or have a suggestion, leave some comments down, because you guys leave a lot of really good stuff, and I appreciate it. It gets my brain working and thinking and trying to figure it out. So.
And I this is, like I said, it's like it's an old case that, every true crime junkie or even average person pretty much knows about.
Yeah.
And there's so many theories. Like, there's so much into it that it's hard to even sort it all out. So I would love any other opinions. I'm not so sure that any of these people that are listed suspects are even the one.
Mm-hmm.
Any of them.
Yeah.
I think there's something we just don't know.
Yeah, like any case.
All right, that's all I got, though, for JonBenét.
we have now covered the Idaho4 quite a few times, okay? And
we've been digging in.
We have been digging in, and it's insane. It's really the first case that has made me want to dig into this extent. Most of all my other interest has been in the like psychological, social impacts of like serial killers and kind of how they think. That's something that it really draws me to the way that they think and act and how they maneuver and work in society. Well, this case has stuck, and like we are sucked in, okay? Now, we've gotten requests of some topics to look into with it. This topic, I've seen all over the internet people bringing it up, and I don't feel like I've seen a lot of good creators walk through kind of what this is, or some ideas or suggestions or whatever. So I wanted to dig into it, okay? So we are going to talk about the drug theory. Is it possible? Is it realistic? Is it something that needs to be dug in further?
Yeah. I want to know what you found.
Yeah, it's super interesting, okay? And it's really close to home. We don't even have to go very far. Like, I find a lot of theories out there make some pretty big stretches to make them work, okay? This one does not. So, starting off here, I think everybody has heard about Xana's mother, correct?
Yeah.
She has been
much.
seen doing interviews, and I don't want to be rude here, okay? But we got to be honest here. Part of this podcast and what we do, we always say, like, I'm going to give it to you straight. I'm going to share all the information. I'm going to let you guys figure out if you believe it, dig in a little further. But at least we're going to give all the information, okay? So, I mean this with the best intentions, but her mom looks busted, okay?
Okay, do you have a picture?
I mean, I do. The people that are watching are going to be seeing the picture. Just look it up. Look up the Xana's mother interview, Kara, and you will see that you can tell she has been using drugs for a very, 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 very long time, okay? I'm talking like teeth missing. She is extremely aged, okay? So, where I'm going with this.
Oh, yeah.
Could her drug involvement had something to do with the ending of these 4 students here that obviously, as you guys know and we've talked about, were way too soon, okay? Now,
maybe.
Let's dig into the other parent here. And forgive me, guys, I had to pull up some of these pictures on my phone. My computer was being weird, wouldn't let me send them over. But, okay. So, Corey Hatrock. Corey Hatrock is Maddie's mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law?
Yep, mother-in-law.
Her name?
Married her father, okay? And that's who she was living with and closest with and a very big part of her life, okay?
Married her father?
Correct.
So stepmother.
Yeah, what did I say?
Mother-in-law.
Okay, stepmother. Yeah, stepmother.
I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, stepmother.
She's not married.
Yeah, stepmother, okay? And she also caught some charges, so this is who we're also going to be digging into here as well. Now, you guys, these are very serious charges that we're talking about, okay? I'm going to start with Corey, okay?
Okay.
So, on June 3rd, 2022, she was charged with possession of a controlled substance, possession with intent to deliver, and drug paraphernalia. 2 of these charges are felonies. Now, Idaho is very strict on drug laws. They have it set up to where if you get 3 felony drug charges, you can be sentenced to life.
Oh.
Life.
Oh, so they're a 3-strike state.
3 strike with drugs.
Specifically just drugs?
Specifically drugs, yeah. So I grew up in Southern California.
That's insane.
I agree. I grew up in Southern California, and they have the 3-strike rule out there for violent crimes, okay?
Yeah.
So if you had 3 violent crimes, you were put behind bars for life, okay? Now, these charges happened on June 3rd, 2022. Now, I'm not going to dig into what exactly it was or how they got caught or anything like that. What's important in this situation is that these are 3 very serious charges, okay? 2 felonies, and she did have previous charges as well. They were misdemeanor charges that she ended up taking a plea on and doing drug counseling to get reduced, okay? And
yeah, but in like it was just drug paraphernalia and what? Like they're not.
No, it's drug paraphernalia, intent to sell, and drug possession. 2 felonies, 1 misdemeanor.
Yeah, they're serious in the state of Idaho.
Yes.
But in reality, is it like that serious?
I mean, I feel like you're looking at the wrong thing here. You're looking at this from a social point of view, where these are very serious. She is looking at very serious time. You're looking at like a minimum of 5 years unless something or someone causes it to get reduced, okay? Now, let's go back to the first person we talked about, and that's Kara, Xana's mother, and she had 3 very similar charges as well. So in her past, she had a felony conviction already for drugs, okay? And then on all right, so in June, Xana's mother, Kara, also caught 3 almost identical charges. So she was charged with possession of a controlled substance, a felony. She was charged with possession, intent to sell or distribute, and drug paraphernalia also.
Okay,
now,
so both these people are drug dealers.
Yes, on paper, okay? There's no other details in this, but yes, on paper, they look like they're drug dealers. Now, they could also be trafficking. It's very common for people who sell drugs to use women because women are more likely than men to get out of traffic stops, things like that. There's also a lot of sex involved in drugs, okay? So these women have these charges on their backs, okay?
Yep.
Now, one thing I thought that I would bring up that was super interesting is I had somebody reach out to me, okay? And we had talked briefly about this drug topic on our very first video we had talked about. They responded saying, oh yeah, that's funny. Like these 4 kids look like heroin users. That's so ridiculous, you guys. If you are one of the people out there that believe that there's a look to a heroin user, I suggest that you guys do your research. So there's 3 main types of heroin out there. You have black tar heroin, which is most commonly the one portrayed in films that people associate that dirty needle hanging out of their arm heroin user with black tar. There's also the brown. I've heard Indian brown, Mexican brown, all the different. It's a brown substance, okay? And it can be consumed intravenous. It can be sniffed. It can be inhaled.
It looks like a rock.
It can be done any way
rock or powder.
Any way that a body could consume a substance, okay? Then you have white, which again can be consumed any way that the body can consume a substance, okay? Now, when you're looking up the statistics on users of heroin, right now, the most common users of heroin are women and middle upper class people.
Yeah, and I think if you think there is a look to heroin users, you're extremely inexperienced because we have an epidemic with this. Young people are dying every day that don't look like junkies on the street, okay? Like, I've known a lot of addicts in my life, and I can tell you, not all of them look the same. There's many super attractive, upper class, young people out there doing this stuff.
Yeah, and as I was doing this research too, just some of the details that I found, you guys, they're
partying.
In Washington alone, there is an average of 28,000 fentanyl users, active fentanyl users, okay? So, when I'm saying heroin, it could be anything under the opiate tree. Of course, fentanyl is the most easily to get right now, and it's used because you can carry so much less to get the same kind of high. It also makes drug dealers more money because the high doesn't last as long, and it's what's being pushed right now in the fentanyl opiate epidemic right now, okay? So going back to our story here, we have these two women, Maddie's stepmother and Xana's mother, okay? They both have dual felony with a misdemeanor charges that they both got at the same time, okay? So these women go to court to be seen around the same time. They got the same time, around the same time, these charges. So they both go to court in September of 2022, okay? So on September 7th of 2022, Hat Rock pleads guilty with a reduction. Both felony charges were taken off, and she got a single misdemeanor charge with, there was supposed to be some jail time, ended up not having some of that jail time, okay? So I guess I'll go into Kara next. But so Kara, in the same month, September 13th of 2022, also took a plea of a reduced sentence, okay? Now, I'm going to ask you guys, do you think that you could catch two felony charges with a misdemeanor kicker and go to court and get the two felonies dropped without giving some kind of additional information?
For an adult with a history, no.
I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters.
As a kid, I did some like property damage on. It was an accident.
I wouldn't even bring up kids though. Kids going
that's
to
what I'm
court
saying.
is completely
different. As an
different.
adult with a past,
I don't think you need a
absolutely
pass.
not.
They just don't do it for free, okay? So the only thing that I've ever seen in my life, because I want to make sure not to cloud this, okay? If I'm going to court and I have two felonies and a misdemeanor, no way in hell. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're an adult. It doesn't matter if you have a past. I mean, it matters if you're an adult. It doesn't matter if you have a past. It doesn't matter anything. They are not going to drop the two felonies and just give you the misdemeanor charge, okay? They will not do that.
Yeah,
that will not
make
happen
sense.
unless you have something to trade for that, okay? Both these women had drug charges in the past. Both these women had criminal charges from their past. And both of these women got the bulk of their charges removed, okay? And it shows them in the county documents that they accepted plea deals, okay, with no sentencing or reduced sentencing. And Kara, if she would have caught those felonies, would have been up for life. That would have been her third felony drug charge, okay? She already had two. That would have been her third felony drug charge, okay? So what I'm gathering here is that these women had a big-time reason to come up with some kind of information to get these charges dropped, okay? There was a lot on the line here. There was for real big boy jail and prison time on the line here for both of these women, okay? Both of these women were in the same county. They were actually being defended by Ann Taylor, both of them, okay?
Oh.
So when Ann took over Kohberger's case, she had to separate and split from these two women. But yes, Ann Taylor was working with these two women, okay?
No way.
So both of those guilty pleas that they entered were September of 2022, just 2 months away from the murders, okay? Now, when you give your plea, okay, and they accepted to have the reduced plea for information, this is really interesting, okay? Most of the time, you get that done all at once, okay? Neither of them did. They had a follow-up court date for sentencing. That is not common. That is not common unless you're trading information.
And you got to make good on it.
And you got to make good on that information, okay? So Hat Rock was set up to be sentenced on November 7th of 2022, okay? That is 4 days before her daughter, left this world, okay?
Okay, so you're talking about specifically in the instance of a plea deal on charges like this, there's not a separate sentencing.
There usually isn't.
Because
usually
there are a lot of court cases where they get sentenced after the verdict.
Not drug court, no.
But with drug court, specifically in a plea deal, you're saying that's like...
Yeah, there's no jury involved in these.
No, there's not.
There's no jury here. So there isn't going to be sentencing at this other time
the
like
judge
this.
just determines it right there on the spot.
Yep, unless you make an agreement and you have to provide something in order to get that reduced sentencing to fulfill the duties of your plea, okay? Now, Kara, Xana's mother, also had a sentencing date for November 17th, 3 days after her daughter lost her life. Okay? That is very interesting that between those two dates, literally right in the middle of their sentencing, both of their daughters lost their lives. I think there's something to that, you guys, especially when you take into account the pinpointed attack, okay? So one thing that I want to point out here that I feel like the news has got wrong is they want to make Bryan Kohberger seem like he was a stalker, okay? If you look in all of history of killers or serial killers, when there's an emotional investment there, they aren't going in there trying to make it the shortest time possible in the most efficient way possible by leaving no DNA possible. Traditionally, that is not how serial killers kill. They are thrill killers, okay? Or they have some sort of emotional tie to these situations where they're taking people's lives. None of that is what we see in this crime scene in the Idaho 4. This was planned, this was concise, this was intentional, this was getting in there and getting out of there as fast as you possibly can get out of there, okay?
Yeah, but the knife.
Yeah,
the fact
no
that
noise.
It was a
what do you
knife.
mean? That's literally the best weapon you could have. You're in a neighborhood. Are you going to bring a gun?
So, 2 victims, 2 parents that...
2 victims in separate rooms, by the way, you guys, and Ethan wasn't supposed to be there, and...
they had separate rooms, right? Or did they live in the same bedroom?
Ethan shouldn't know. They had separate rooms. So one of their daughters was in the upper bedroom,
Right.
the other one was on the lower bedroom.
With her boyfriend,
The boyfriend wasn't supposed to be there, and the other... I'm drawing a blank. What's... Kaylee wasn't supposed to be in that room, okay?
So they
So it
just
was
were
literally
victim
their
of
targeted rooms.
They could have been victim
They
of
could have been
circumstance.
victim of circumstances is where I'm going with this here. Yes, because it was Xana's room and
So that
and Kaylee's.
That has to mean that the girls' mothers and stepmother knew each other or were working for the same people.
Not necessarily knew each other, but they got charged with the same type of drugs, okay, you guys? They got caught with fentanyl and methamphetamine. So both of them did, okay? Now, just to put icing on the cake here, when Kara had spoke with news media, she was very forthcoming about the drugs that she was using and said, after her daughter lost her life, she bailed on that hearing that was supposed to happen a few days later, and they ended up putting a bench warrant out for her. She was in Spokane, Washington. They found her in a motel room using fentanyl and methamphetamine, okay? And she caught more charges after that. She's currently in jail right now. But what I'm trying to draw the line here is this is very, very good evidence. One thing that I suggest you guys look into here is cartel hits, okay? Look into gang-related and cartel hits. They are there to make a statement directed at a certain person and not get caught. So what they're going to do is they will most likely case out the scene and situation and figure out the best time to get in there. And they usually have an expert person who knows what they're doing, has done this before, to go in there and do what they need to do, okay? Well, looking back at this crime, this was somebody that knew what they were doing, you guys. Anybody that says that somebody went in there and did this crime without having any experience, I just don't believe there's any way possible. In under 10 minutes, okay, one after another, and no shock and stopping, no slowing down, and no DNA. They were conscious the entire time from one person to the next, and to the next, okay? I think this is really good evidence that them and then unfortunately losing their lives could have had to do with this. I'm not saying it did. I'm drawing the conclusion that it could have, okay?
Yeah.
All right, so I feel like we've been able to provide a pretty reasonable connection, a pretty serious connection with all of these charges right around the same time, directly tied to parents, okay? Now, let's see if we can come up with a reasonable connection to that house, okay? So I have a couple pictures here that they're going to be able to see, you're not going to be able to see. There are Venmo charges that were posting publicly. They had their public posting of Venmo turned on, okay? So we had...
The parents or the students?
The students. So one of them directly is Bethany Funk, okay? And the reason why hers stood out is because she had a couple of different ones pop up. So there is a Venmo charge at midnight, okay? 12:30, just a couple months before the attacks, that literally says Coke. COKE in the middle of the night, which is the time for Coke. And yeah, so then there's another one that says crack cocaine behind rallies. Yeah. So there's definite drug relation here, okay?
Dumb kids. Why are you being so obvious?
I have no idea.
You think that stuff's not paid attention to?
Now, and I'll put a clip of
this.
Is it
a joke?
So,
are they being funny? Like crack cocaine behind rallies?
I don't know. Are they being funny? There are 6 young women in that house. At least 2 of the victims' parents are tied in with very serious felony charges
You're
that
right.
are going to serve serious time. So here is one interview, and there are multiple of these interviews, okay? Just listen to this.
They were like large punctures.
So when we go look at this house then here at 1122 King, is it true that people in that house have sold products?
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
And you've bought from them, or other people have, or you guys like throw down
100%.
together?
Yeah. Yep, all the above.
And then you would never classify as anybody in the house as being like, hey, those are drug dealers? Or would you just say like those people are like a party? You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, they don't. I mean, and that's what I was saying too. Like, they're more your friends than they are your dealers. You know, they just happen to be your friends that have fun stuff that you can buy off them. Basically.
Okay. Would you think that house had like all this like drugs in it? That somebody would be like, hey, we need to hit this house up. This house is loaded. Where we can just like ransack it.
Not enough to warrant like a stabbing, but enough to take 4 of them overdosing without question, if that makes sense. What I'm saying is like enough was going in and or out of there that it did not surprise any of us that they could have gotten a bad batch in as quickly as a matter of a few days or a week, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah. So like basically, they had enough on hand that if they did too much, they could OD.
100%, yeah. Like, we totally saw that as plausible. Like, they maybe bought an 8-ball or something like that, and that was laced with fentanyl, and that's what got them. Right? Definitely, totally, like, 100%. Yep, I see that happening. Right?
Yeah, so, very clearly. And there are a ton of these interviews out there, guys. This is just a Google search, the first one that popped up, okay? There are a ton that prove that Moscow had a ton of drugs running in and out. And it's a college, so every college has a ton of drugs running in and out. So these comments we see where people are like, yeah, okay, they really are doing heroin or fentanyl, or which is the same thing. Like, it's literally the same thing.
You can go look up the stats yourself on drugs in Moscow, Idaho, and they're outstanding. It's rampant in this town, which makes sense. And cocaine is a party drug, okay? It's something people like. It's really fun to drink and do coke all night long. That's something that a lot of college kids have tried. It's weed and coke. Weed and coke and alcohol.
I think most have tried other things now too, though.
Through their parents, and their parents clearly had connections to something bigger. And this is just one interview, okay? Now, I want to highlight, too, that multiple of these victims were what seemed like trying to get out of the area fast. You had one of them that was graduating early and moving down to Texas. You had another one of them going on a very long Europe trip. It makes Maddie, right?
Yep. And you have Xana's father who came out the week before to change the locks on the house. Okay?
Then why didn't he fix the sliding glass door? Because it was just broken?
Whose mother got a plea deal? Xana's. So why did he come out all of a sudden and change the locks on her doors?
Oh, because he might have known there was a threat.
Something was going on, okay? Okay, so I think this is really good evidence. This is really eye-opening for me. I want to know what you guys think. Absolutely, though, okay? So, we talked about what the average, like, heroin, fentanyl user is nowadays. It's women, it's soccer moms, it's the businessmen, the people you wouldn't expect. It's the middle-class citizens, mainly, that are using these
college
drugs.
Kids. But another good point is I have seen numerous family members coming out saying, we didn't know of a stalker. There's no evidence of a stalker. No, we've looked through this, we look like that. Nobody has ever, any of the girls' families said that there was a stalker. That just that they were pretty girls and creeps come with that, but no known stalker for any of them.
So I will post this video here for you guys. Boom. But you know what I'm talking about, so we'll just start talking about that, and you guys will have just watched it. But do you remember the video of the night of the killing when they're walking back, and who was it? Was it Maddie and Xana and the guy, Adam?
Or no, not Adam. They were talking about Adam.
And she said, he said, oh my gosh, Maddie, what did you do? And she said, I told Adam everything, like everything. And there was a response with, "What? I can't believe you did that. They're gonna kill you." Dude, like, these are all signs of drug related situation. I can't think what else could warrant a response like that other than money or drugs, okay? And there's a lot of like undertones here that locals know what's going on and they're too afraid to say anything after what happened. Now, this is what I want to highlight. The very last thing here, okay? So if you guys remember, I will have put up some pictures here, but the parents went into a plea deal in September of 2022, okay? And then their sentencing hearing was November 7th for Hat Rock, November 17th for Kernodle. And the slaying happened literally right in between those two dates, which, coincidence? I don't know. But for you guys, do you know what happened the beginning or the end of December?
What do you mean?
The biggest drug bust in all of Washington history. All of Washington history, okay?
In December?
December.
The next month?
In December. And you know what it was?
What?
120,000 fentanyl pills, 42 pounds of meth.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
29 people total were arrested, and I mean, this was huge, okay?
Oh,
this could only have
man.
happened with multiple people, informants coming forward, okay? And I'm not going to name these names. I'm just not willing to do that. But these are people who are in custody, and here's the range of locations: Steilacoom, Washington; Auburn, Washington; Buckeye, Arizona; Washington State Prison; Buren, Washington; Steilacoom, Ridgefield, Washington; Spanaway, Washington; Edgewood, Washington; Shelton, Washington; Arizona, 5 more in Washington, 7 more in Washington, Burbank, California, Seattle. Yeah, so 28 arrested, okay? And these are all cartel connections tied directly with norteños or sureños. And the police claim this bust, which was called Operation Nightmare, and like I said, was 120,000 fentanyl pills and over 45 pounds of methamphetamine, miscellaneous cocaine, cash, and a ton of weapons. But this was in Washington, and it was the biggest bust that they ever had, you guys.
Well, you know what's funny? I'm looking at this map of cartel activity in the United States, and the area Moscow's in is highlighted as cartel activity in their exact area.
Yep.
It's lit up orange.
Yeah. So,
it's not extreme activity like other areas, but they are active there.
Yep. So, let's go back over this.
It even identifies the type of cartel.
Yep.
What is the S?
Sinaloa.
Sinaloa, okay.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
So we'll just recap here, because I have a lot of questions. I would think that you guys have a lot of questions.
This is very interesting. That drug bust, like I see, I mean, I feel like you took us really well through the evidence to lead us to this conclusion.
I mean, you have
this possibility.
You have the parents with multiple drug felonies, which only happens if you're involved in dealing, trafficking, or around large quantities, you guys. Mm-hmm. That house 1122 has an endless amount of statements locally, most of them with their voices hidden and pictures and image hidden of who's talking about that was the house you went to pick up drugs, okay? A range of everything is what I've heard. And he just said right there that it wouldn't have been a surprise for them to pick up an 8-ball that's laced with fent and they all OD'd unknowingly, okay? That means there's a large enough quantity of dope and drugs going into that house that they were also selling that as well, okay? So there's the parents' connection with the plea deals that dropped all the felonies. You have that house's connection with multiple drug claims there, multiple Venmo statements made or purchases, money exchange made. And then we have December with the biggest bust in all of history, only 3 hours from Moscow, you guys. And remember, Xana's mother was picked up when she ran from police in Washington after the slayings. Okay, after the slayings. So I don't know about you guys, but that raises a ton of questions in my head. I'm sitting here thinking,
Agreed.
Were they more involved than we thought?
Yeah.
Were these women potentially trafficking? Is the local drug claims small for what reality is? Are they not wanting that to get out because they know that that's going to bust open a door here and it's going to make Bryan look not guilty? Could Bryan be a part of drug rings? I mean, this will probably be silly, but like somebody had to do the ending, right? Whoever is involved there. That we also have evidence of information being spilled and somebody saying, "Oh my gosh, they're gonna kill you for that." You know, you had 2 of the girls who were actively trying to get out of that area. You have doors on the locks on the doors being swapped like they had pre-existing knowledge of something. So what is going on with all of this? What do you think it is? This is serious. This was 4 people violently and so efficiently ended here. Who would come forward and talk about this if they knew something?
Especially if it's involved with the cartel, like, and the families. You might be thinking, well, if the mothers had any idea, why wouldn't they come forward? It's the cartel. What are you talking about?
They
the
might
cartel
have
just
more
killed their
kids,
family.
you guys.
They probably have more kids, other family. Yes, there was a bust. That doesn't mean that if they don't roll over again, higher ups won't come after them further. Like,
Yep.
self-preservation too, you know? The cartel is scary.
They
like,
are very,
very
scary.
scary. It is like a government, an extremely corrupt government that will kill you
Yeah.
in a horrible way and your family.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Not luckily. I mean, they ended in a horrible way. But, you know, there's a lot of gang violence and drug violent crimes out there that it is beheading. It is hands taken off. It's a lot worse things than
a tire around you and set on fire.
Yeah, there's a lot worse things other than ending in under 10 minutes. So I guess if it has to do with that, that's the best optimism I could give you guys. But I think there's some real meat on the bone here, okay? And
I think it's a possibility that shouldn't be just excluded.
Was Ethan just in the wrong place and wrong time? Was Maddie in the wrong place and wrong time? And this was meant for the 2 women that took a plea deal's kids. I think these are very real possibilities that
Wait,
I
it was
hope.
Maddie's mom, right? Maddie and
Xana and yeah. Okay, so Kaylee.
Kaylee,
Yep. Sorry, ADHD. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that's incredibly interesting. I want to know anybody else out there that has an opinion on it.
Let me know what you guys think. Let me know how you feel about it. It's super sad, and honestly, I would feel bad for these kids' parents if they think there is any chance that this could have been the reason.
Oh, I know.
Man, So.
Yeah. So anyway, moving on from that was incredible, to be honest. I hadn't even looked into all of that completely. That was super interesting. So next we're going to talk about the sensational case of Carlee Russell. Now, I covered this briefly last time on an update. If you saw that, I got like a couple things wrong. It was Talitha Russell. It's actually Carlee Russell. Her full name is like, I think Carlee Talitha Russell or something like that. Anyway, it was just breaking, like the missing her information saying she was missing and had stopped to help a toddler had just came out, and we were so concerned. We were like, is this human trafficking? What is this? Like, it's crazy. Mm-hmm. And hoping that she would be found, we'd have more information, and then, did we get what we wished for?
Yeah.
There's a lot. It's a lot.
It is ridiculous.
So, anyway, let's go through the breakdown of what happened. So, it was what day? It was July 13th is the day that this year that she disappeared. Well, this is the full timeline. Let's go from a couple days before that. July 11th and 13th. Through 13th. Okay, this is all 3 of those days. She is searching. Do you have to pay for an Amber Alert or search? How to take money from a register without being caught. Birmingham bus station. One-way bus ticket from Birmingham to Nashville. Departure date July 13th, the day she went missing.
No way. She was looking on that day.
Yep.
The more that comes out, the less I'm able to be like, yeah, this could have been a mental break.
Taken, a movie about abduction. The Maxim, and I think she even tweeted Taken was one of her favorite movies.
I think she did. I think I heard that. And not to mention, but we watched on stream the what's it called?
The trailer.
The trailer of it. And it shows the person on the phone screaming and dropping
leaving
the phone.
I know.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we've talked about this on stream too. So if you ever want more, we talk about this stuff all the time on stream.
The difference on the pre-recorded versus on stream is on stream we are digging and looking up and investigating and talking through and researching. On here we are not doing that.
Yeah. So the maximum age of an Amber Alert and other searches,
how much does an Amber Alert
police
cost?
say shed light on her mental state but aren't going to be released. So there's even more that they're not releasing. And we get all this information after she shows up at her parents' house, and police do gosh, why can I not think of the word? My mind is totally blanking. A press conference.
Yep.
So earlier the day of her disappearance, she is shown taking a bathrobe and toilet paper from her place of work at the Woodhouse Day Spa.
Yep.
And then she stops to get food, pick up takeout from the Colonnade for her mother. And then she stops at a Target and gets snacks, stayed in the parking lot for a few minutes in her car, and then drives. And she gets on Interstate 459. Well, at 9:34 p.m., she makes the 911 call saying there's a male toddler on the side of the road and nothing but a white t-shirt and a diaper. And let me tell you, she sounds totally nonchalant. If I found a toddler in a diaper on the side of the road, I'd be kind of freaking out a little bit.
Yeah. I agree.
She sounds so calm, cool, and collected.
Well, she says that the toddler is clothed at first, and then the 911 operator asks for a deeper description.
Yep. She says, "Well, he's
and then
white."
She says, "No pants, just diaper."
Yep. The initial one's he's white, he's fully clothed, and he's like, "Well, he's not wearing pants; it's just a diaper."
Yeah,
it
stood
changes.
out to me.
It stood out to me too. I'm not gonna lie, but I didn't know if it was that relevant. So Data shows that when she called 911, she continued driving 600 yards. That is 6 football fields worth of distance.
At night, the dead of night. Okay.
While allegedly following the toddler. How is the toddler going that fast, that far?
I know.
Makes no sense.
She goes about 600 yards in like 10 or 15 seconds, so she's traveling pretty quick. Okay?
It's not slow. So we watched the traffic camera footage on stream. If you haven't seen it, I mean, this is basically what it looks like. You kind of see, like, it's not great footage. It's sent off to the FBI. They haven't got the results back yet. But you kind of see, like, a car door open on the driver's side. Somebody get out, walk around the back of the car, open the back door, and then you kind of... There's speculation that she takes off running, but it's really hard to see. Well, she was on the phone with her sister-in-law, so her brother's wife, and she's going up to the toddler to ask if it's okay. The sister-in-law says she doesn't hear the child answer, but then she hears Carlee scream and drop the phone. And then she's like freaking out. Okay, the police show up 5 minutes after Carlee's 911 call. Her wig and her phone, and I think keys maybe, are strewn out on the grass next to her car. Mm-hmm. And her Apple Watch and AirPods are in her purse. The snacks are gone. The bathrobe is gone. And the toilet paper is gone.
Oh, man. Camping trip with a bathrobe, toilet paper, and snacks. What?
It just sounds so absurd.
It does. I agree.
It's really weird.
But the red roof details.
Yeah. The red roof. Yep. We're gonna get into that a little bit. So, there on ensues the 49-hour investigation period, okay? Her parents are going out to the media saying, help us find our child. They go to Atlanta. They got a tip there, but they plan on going there anyway to search. There's no sign of her. We have FBI, Homeland, we have Secret Service. The nation is looking for her
Which
everywhere.
Is uncommon, by the way. I've got to say, that's really uncommon for some of these agencies to get involved with in the way that they did. I don't think she was expecting it to blow up like this. And there's a lot of money invested in this, you guys. And we brought it up multiple times on the stream, but like, if I were her and they're going to charge me with something, I almost would rather take the criminal charges than the amount of money it costs that they put into this.
Yeah, no
It's
kidding.
going to be in the millions in 48 hours.
For sure it will. So July 15th in the afternoon, 911 dispatchers get a call saying from the Red Roof Inn in Vestavia Hills, that family members of Carlee show up and say that she called from the Red Roof Inn. Somebody said that she was there. So family members told the person in the lobby that they
robe and toilet paper?
They received a call from Russell saying she was at the motel. Police say there's no evidence for someone signing in under her name. The other weird thing is apparently when asked, the family said that people were being mean and said they got a text message from her there. And that doesn't corroborate the 911 dispatcher's account of this and the Red Roof Inn workers saying that she called from there. Basically, the family said they got a tip that they got a text message from her and she was there or something like that. So maybe they were lying to try to get more information. Like, we know because she called from here. Like, maybe they were lying.
Maybe. I don't know. Or she had a secret lover for real.
This is a lot to go through just to meet up with a secret lover. But we're going to get into the boyfriend, Carlee's boyfriend here in a minute.
It could be a win-win for her, though. She might like the attention, not expecting it to blow up nationally, globally, like in minutes.
Why would she even call 911? Why wouldn't she just call her sister-in-law or something and like...
Dude, I have no clue.
I don't know. I think the reason it blew up is because of the implications of a toddler on the side of the road and them getting snatched. That sounds like something super nefarious, and a child is involved. So I think automatically when a child's involved and is missing, and especially a little baby like this, they're going to get FBI involved most of the time, and they should, because of the extra databases, and like they have a lot more tools at their disposal for finding someone across state lines and stuff.
Absolutely.
So, at 10:44 p.m., Carlee Russell returns to her parents' house on foot. So there's surveillance footage showing her walking down the sidewalk alone. Neighbors apparently said that she was acting like totally normal, and then as she got closer, she started
like
acting
50
a
yards
fool.
away. Yeah. Yeah.
Which I don't know if that's true. It's alleged, but that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Police show up with medical professionals and evaluate her. She has a minor injury to her lip and $107 stuffed in her sock. No alcohol or drugs in her system. The sock is weird. The money in the sock is weird.
Because if someone took you...
Did she bust her own lip?
Imagine being the person doing that. That's
like, I'm gonna bite my own lip or bust my own lip so it looks like something happened to me, but there's nothing else wrong with her other than that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so this is Carlee's statement.
Carlee.
July 15th, this is the only time she talks to the police, and this is what she says. When she got out of the car to check on the toddler, a man came out of the trees and mumbled that he was checking on the baby. The man picked her up, took her over a fence, and the next thing she remembers was being in the back of an 18-wheeler. In the truck, there was a man with orange hair and a bald spot. Russell reported also hearing a woman and a baby. Russell escaped the truck but found herself back in a car and taken to a house where she was undressed and possibly photographed. A woman fed her cheese and crackers and played with her hair.
I think it was Cheez-Its.
Well,
literally, Cheez-Its.
Yeah. People are saying she bought Cheez-Its at Target and then claimed that she ate Cheez-It. The lady fed her Cheez-Its. I don't know. I'm not sure. This is what it says, though, according to the police. Cheese and crackers and played with her hair. She was able to escape and found herself running.
Its lotion on the skin.
Found herself running through the woods and ended up near her home. Like she just runs out of the woods and is near her parents' house. That sounds insane.
None of it makes sense. None of it.
So her parents came out and did, a Today Show interview and said that she, has talked to the police so they can look for abductors, say they absolutely believe there's still an abductor on the loose, while the police are saying
they're just doubling
there's nothing.
Down.
They said, we have no evidence of a child. We don't think there's a threat to the community or that there's an abductor. They said they're willing to talk to her, but her parents keep saying that she's not mentally stable enough to talk. Really strange.
The type of person that it takes to do this, though, I don't think they're mentally stable. Like,
no.
What was she expecting to come running out of the woods? I really wish I would have seen the movie Taken to see how the ending is. Is the ending some grand, like, he's fighting crime and messing people up and everything, and then at the end, while he's fighting somebody, the taken person comes, like, running out on their own? Was she imagining, like, this group of people being at her house, just like, oh, yeah, Carlee's back?
Well, see, here's one thing.
It's so ridiculous.
So, Talitha Russell is her mom's name.
Okay. What about it?
So that's what I said her name was in the beginning. I think that's because her middle name is Talitha, like her mom, and they got it wrong.
Well, when we first looked at the missing poster, it had Talitha on it.
It wasn't. It was a news article. It wasn't a poster. The poster always had Carlee on it, but that was made after the fact. When I first looked this up, there wasn't even a poster. I don't think it was just a news article, and they had stuff wrong.
Yeah.
So anyway, Talitha Russell, the mother, said she went to hug her daughter when she first returned but had to stand back for the medical professionals. And I'm thinking, how quick did they get there? She showed up at your house, then you called 911. And then she said that Carlee had to mentally and physically fight for her life. Well, The boyfriend said that too. Initially, he came out to stand up for her and say, you know, that she had to fight for her life for those first 48 hours. And, well, now he's deleted all existence of her on his social media.
No way.
All. You can barely tell they were ever together.
Secret lover?
And it used to be filled with pictures of them, like really nice pictures, like they were like little social media couple, and it's all taken down. He's deleted all of it.
No way.
And I don't know if that is because he doesn't want the attention. I don't know if that's because he doesn't believe her anymore and he wants to disassociate with her.
I mean, who literally does believe her anymore?
I don't think anybody.
I would
not
need
even
to
the
see,
police. The police definitely don't believe
I would
her.
need to see signs of the mental instability, and we have meticulous planning. Now, it might not be smart planning because she's caught on camera all over the place, and she's taking very obvious items that if you're going trekking through the woods, like you would find in a hiker's backpack, okay? Mm-hmm. And you're doing these things like one after another leading up to going missing, but
look how much he deleted. He only has 7 posts now, and it's all just single pictures of him.
Yeah. Somebody that had a mental breakdown would not be able to comprehend and execute planning like this. Okay? This is wild, man. I'm so curious. I wish I could be a fly on the wall because, you know, so many people out there too watch that interview with the parents, us included, and tried to break it down and rip it apart. And I do feel like there were a couple spots in there where the body language made me feel awkward. Like the shaking their heads no while they're answering yes, you know, and yes, most of the time it's like in a circular motion, but the fact that they're like resisting shaking heads no as they're saying yes, we believe this, is a major red flag and indicator that that's your, you know, body language that you can't control, that is saying there's doubt in this response.
Yeah.
So
well, now the tweets kind of paint a picture that their relationship was not doing well.
Okay.
Like at all. So she tweeted, it says July 13th at like right before, 15 minutes before the 911 call, she said, yeah, I want a family now. A few minutes earlier, she tweeted, today was a great day. God be looking out, I'm telling you. And someone to tell you I don't love you. Someone to tell you I love you and don't got a reason. So that's just the ones right before. But in the months previous, she was saying, I always say one thing I won't do is stay with someone who cheated on me like you went and had sex with someone else and think I'll be sweet one day. Hell no. And that was July 10th. There's more, though. She tweeted, her job's getting on her nerves. Everyone wants to feel wanted. I'm thankful I know how to identify when the enemy is coming for me now. Makes life a lot easier. The devil be trying to get me, but God fighting back for me. You think you have a bond with someone until they show you never did. You think you close with somebody whole time they do you worse than your enemies. Interesting, huh?
The whole world is on to you, man. Carlee Russell. You fudged this one, let me tell you.
So, and human trafficking experts have completely rejected the idea and theory that a toddler would be used as bait, saying this is not a tactic that traffickers use.
I didn't think so.
There's too many ways it can go wrong, and there would be multiple reports of a toddler on the side of the road, not just this one random person.
Agreed. I agree. And we said that on stream, and I still felt that way. You're like, there's so many effective ways that human traffickers,
they got
are
it
able
down.
to get people that they
got it
have
down.
down. They've been doing it for decades successfully. They are not going to take a toddler that can't be controlled, like don't even have the brain formation yet to listen to a command and actually be reliable to follow that or anything like that, dude. A toddler on the side of the road would just as likely stand still in one spot as they would be to run out in the middle of the road. I just don't see it. I don't see it. And she's tripping.
Well, get this.
Jeez.
People who, when the story first broke, people started donating to Crime Stoppers in Alabama for the reward money for information on her.
I heard
$63,000. So now people are like, I want my money back.
Yep.
Crime Stoppers initially said they would refund it, and they actually then said they weren't going to, and they would use it towards other cases.
If you say you're going to refund it, you should. You got to make sure you follow that through. I think that's kind of messed up. Yeah. Honestly. Because it's going towards a specific thing. The reward money for this child and woman.
I mean, I'd be okay if I get it was for her, but I'd be okay if it went towards anybody, to be honest. But I think to come out and say that you're going to refund it does. But to come out and say you're going to refund it and then not is like, you can't really go back on that, in my opinion. No,
I don't think you should either. And plus, I don't think there's anything wrong with people taking their hard-earned money and wanting to feel some kind of personal connection like they're doing something good. And without knowing what your money's going to, you're being robbed of that, too. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. The one thing I do know is she's tripping. I hope that we get to find out what her reasoning was for this.
Agreed.
Was it attention? Was this... that her dude had cheated on her and she had a side dude and this was a way to, put a spotlight on her and her life that she felt like she needed, which again, girls should be in 5150 for that.
But, yeah. So here's a statement by
This is risky behavior.
This is the chairman of the board for Crime Stoppers, Frank Bearfield. He said... the funds received by Crime Stoppers associated with Carlee's case are currently in a special account and will remain there to be available as a reward for any tipster who provides information to Crime Stoppers that is useful in solving any crime associated with Carlee's disappearance. So maybe even her own lies.
Oh.
So it could be her own reward money could be used against her.
That's good. That's a good twist.
It is kind of a good twist.
They're like, come on, sleuthies, help us figure this one out.
You donated, figure out what she lied about, and we'll give it back.
Yeah, I still think they should give it back. But, in a worst-case scenario where they're just not going to, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
So.
But that's all I got on Carlee. Let us know what you think about this outrageous case. I'm really curious. I know there were a lot of random tips coming in here and there around the internet, and actually a few of them turned out to be true. Somebody had inside information out there, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think she's lying? I think she's lying.
Yeah, let us know what you think based on the evidence that's here, and should she be held accountable? And what does that look like? Are we talking criminal charges here? Are we talking repayment for having all of these officials involved? Because look, all these different agencies went from 0 to 100, okay?
They did.
Now, what's going to happen the next time something happens And are they going to be as quick to jump and be like, dude, last time we did this, we got screwed, you know what I mean? So we aren't going to jump this quick. Give it 24 hours, which could end up allowing a crime not to be solved.
Yeah, and so many people from, like, the world got invested in it and started going hard trying to figure out what happened to her. Like, I know one lady who... her daughter went missing and was murdered, literally led, like, the search in the area.
Yeah.
Crazy. Like, so many people were so invested, they donated their time, law enforcement who could be worrying about way more important things.
It is wild. It absolutely
Carlee.
is wild.
You really messed up. I hope it was a psychotic break for your sake.
Yeah. All right, so this one's super scary. This one is going to explain why everybody needs to sleep with one eye open, okay? So in 2005...
I don't like this. I don't like it.
It's sketchy. In 2005, in Cape Elizabeth, Maine, there is a suburban bunch of houses, okay?
What is going
that
on here?
started having some break-ins, okay? Now, these weren't your normal break-ins. I'll just describe one of them. What people started happening to them is in the middle of the night, all of these houses, and everyone knows there's houses in their neighborhood that don't lock their doors. Actually, I was one of them. There was a lot of times where we didn't lock all of our doors, you know?
All doors are locked with security cameras, alarms. Our house is like Fort Knox, okay?
Yeah.
Because I live here.
So in the middle of the night, the houses that don't have their doors locked around midnight between 12 and 2 a.m., these people were waking up to somebody standing over them.
No.
And watching them sleep, okay?
I would die. Oh, no.
Now, this happened over and over and over and over again. Now, imagine when you're just waking up in the middle of the night, okay? Most people's eyes are literally fuzzy. Like, you can't see what's going on. So, the best description that they could come up with is for the Cape Intruder was roughly 5'10", medium build, between 18 to 22, brown fuzzy hair, and dark clothing. Okay? Well, these sleep watching situations kept happening to the point where they pulled together a neighborhood watch specifically for this Cape Intruder, okay? Now, with this Cape Intruder, you guys, nothing was touched, nothing was missing, nothing was broken from any of the houses. People would just wake up, see someone watching them sleep, go to get up, and the guy would take off. Never apprehended, okay? And this was in 2005. Now, this went on for some months. Repeatedly, you know, night after night. We have multiple different occasions. This happened in February, August, and December. February, August, and December. Now,
wait, only those months?
In those months, this is when it happened and or was happening. Now, due to it happening in these months, some people theorized that this could have been a student in school.
Was this like a college town?
No, but he was young. Like, he was young. So I'm thinking, you know, December for winter break, February for, what is that, spring break maybe, and
No.
August for summer.
February is not spring break.
Okay, well,
It's like
they
March.
connected it somehow, okay, with this time.
March.
Based off where they're living. I think that depends, too, because I know that my break times in California are different than other areas in the country as well.
Yeah, but Maine's so far up north, February is like full-on winter up there.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyways, so it went on night after night after night. Finally, they got a neighborhood watch going where they had multiple people coming out at night to watch and check for this individual. This individual was never seen or caught outside of a home. Every single time they woke up, saw the guy standing at the end of their bed, and he took off, okay? So, we do have a police
Creepy.
sketch, okay? And this is what one of the people came up with.
Oh.
This is him right here, and you guys will be able to see it. Light-colored eyes, pretty average-shaped face.
Looks young.
A pinched nose, though. His nose is very pinched.
Thin
Yep,
lips.
and thin lips. So...
Light hair, probably.
Yep, light, fuzzy, brown hair, okay? So, I started doing some digging into this, checking out some videos and things like that, and there is something called somnophilia, okay? It is an actual fetish. Now, once the police got involved, they started coming to some of the night watch programs, and they started teaching these people, because it was this serious, they started teaching these people how to take an eyewitness account to be able to create a police sketch, what to do in an instant, right? The things to look for in that split instant you catch somebody's face. They also taught them about somnophilia, and they were explaining how most people who have this fetish, go about it with another consenting adult, and nothing gets weird like this. Now, you can have an individual who is mentally unstable, a risk taker, a drug addict type personality that would take this further. A consenting adult just wouldn't cut it.
A person with like a lack of impulse control.
Yep,
Yeah.
their urges would overcome anything about being scared, right? So, what else is interesting is there's a couple times from 2005 up until now in a few different places where this has happened multiple times, okay? So we have in 2017, I'm sorry, not 2017. 2016 in Texas, from 2016 to 2017, there was a string of B&Es where someone would break in, nothing would be taken, nothing would be touched, but they would wake up to being watched by somebody. Yes. Wild, right?
Ugh,
Yes.
so creepy.
Yes. Now, we also had this happen in Canada as well, and this one was more serious in Nova Scotia, okay? So there were over 24 different accounts where somebody was breaking in and watching people sleep. But with this individual, it escalated. It went to the point where this person started touching people while they were sleeping to see if they would wake up or not, okay? So, thankfully, they caught that guy, the one who was escalating this, because
Yeah.
I tried searching everywhere. Is this a red flag for some serial killer stuff, right? Is this a red flag for a sexual assault situation, okay?
Yeah.
Everything I read says no, that it's not, but it would escalate to a point where it would make anyone involved super uncomfortable, as it already was, okay? But what shocked me here is the fact that this is much more common than I would originally think. When I first started reading the story, I was like, oh, this is super creepy, man. Somebody just breaking in with the sole purpose of standing there and watching you sleep, okay? I watched a couple videos, you guys, and I'll post up a couple of them here, where there was this couple who had a camera in their front room, a hidden camera to keep watch on everything or whatever when they're there or when they're not, and they're sleeping on the couch below. This guy broke in on the second story up here, and he stood on top of the stairs, okay, for 18 minutes, standing at the top watching them. So how long do you think these guys who broke in to watch people sleep in their own beds were standing there?
God, who knows?
What does this fetish even entail? So
do they stand there and jerk off?
I couldn't find anything having to do with that, but I'm assuming so because it's a fetish. So they're getting some sort of gratification here from watching people sleep. Maybe it has to do with the fact that they know the person that's sleeping doesn't know they're there. I don't know. But each time, what's really weird is these guys, it's almost like they want to be caught and run away. Like that's part of it, okay? Well, this guy in Cape Elizabeth never got caught, okay? He went this whole time until all of a sudden these things just stopped, all right? All we have is this photo left here. Now, here is something super interesting, you guys. So when I was researching this, okay, I was pulling up accounts, firsthand accounts of this happening. I came across a firsthand account of a couple, a 91-year-old couple in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, okay? They were sleeping, this 91-year-old couple. Their dog started barking and making noise, okay? This couple is in the habit of leaving some lights on in their house or a TV. In this case, it was a TV. So the woman gets up. They sleep nude, which hats off to them, 91, still...
Yeah.
Doing the dirty, but she gets up with the dog and grabs a flashlight and goes to walk around her house. Doesn't see anything at first glance. When she goes to turn off the TV, she's completely nude in her own home, okay? She turns the corner and comes face to face with a guy, okay?
Oh, okay.
And this guy, once seen, runs off, takes off, okay? She immediately calls the police. The police says they pick this guy up. And when he's picked up with drugs in his pocket. Suboxone, which is a drug for... like normally for people to get off opiates of any kind or whatever.
To prevent withdrawal when you're coming off of something like heroin or something.
Well, this guy didn't have a prescription, okay, and he was picked up and charged with breaking and entering and a drug offense with it, all right? Now, I want you to look at these two pictures, okay?
Okay.
And I'll put them up here.
Oh. The eyes.
The
and the
eyes.
pinched nose.
The nose. Even the lips.
Yeah.
Even the placement of the ears. Look, ears grow bigger, but the placement when the measurements between the eyes and the ears and the nose and the mouth somewhat stay the same, okay?
Interesting.
Same type of hair.
Yep.
Now, nobody's made this connection. When I was looking this up, it's not like this connection was presented to me. I just happened to be reading. I looked at this photo first, okay? And as I was reading situations, because as I'm going through this, I'm like, okay, this is super weird, right? So I start looking to see if there's been other areas in the U.S. where this happened. This is when I found out, okay, it's happening in Nova Scotia, in a couple other areas in Canada. It happened in Texas. It happened in California, like all these things. Then I came across this here, which had his picture blasted on the link. And I was like, whoa, that looks like the sketch.
And where is this again? Where did you say it was?
This is 3 hours. So when he's arrested here, this is 3 hours from Cape Elizabeth. Only 3 hours, okay?
That's pretty close.
The hair is the same, and the age.
It would be.
The age. This was in 2017. This was in 2005. The difference in age here is about 12 years, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. 12 years difference. And you know what's funny?
How old is he there? Do you know?
34, I think.
Oh, okay.
So
totally plausible then as a teenager.
Totally possible. I want to know what you guys think, because I go hunt this down, go sleuth on it, because I just happened to come across this. There is nothing saying that these are connected. But what's interesting with this guy here, right? He got charged with a B&E, and the police had automatically made the assumption that he was there for theft. However, nothing was stolen. They have no idea how long he was in that house.
Weird.
They had no idea that a 91-year-old could have been turning the corner with a flashlight. None whatsoever. I think it's very possible he was going in to do the same thing and got caught. Weird, right? Mm-hmm. Really strange. And so weirdly similar.
It is.
Light-colored eyes.
And the pinched nose.
The pinched nose is a huge deal.
Yeah.
Light, fuzzy hair. That is totally fuzzy hair.
I agree with you. It's definitely weird.
I want to know what you guys think. Now, this is scary, though.
I'm glad they're not hurting anybody, but...
That's a major intrusion.
It's a major intrusion.
And they could totally be shot.
Yeah.
Because I start thinking, how do they make sure they're not going to get hurt, okay? It's pretty obvious that they're going in there, and there's some kind of element about getting caught that fetishizes this more for them, right? That gets them bought into it more.
Yeah.
How do they know there's not some other adult in the house that has a gun next to their bed and doesn't happen to turn a corner and drop them?
Okay, but also, like, I'm thinking in the mind of this person, if you have a fetish and you're a reasonable person, you find ways to carry out that fantasy in a healthy, consensual way.
This guy's a drug addict.
Is super risky. Like, you have no impulse control if you're breaking into people's houses to carry out a fetish.
And the guy that got caught with the 91-year-old had drugs in his pocket.
Yeah.
Okay, which adds
impulse
to
control
the
issues.
type of person that would have this fetish and not be able to control the urges, not be able to do it the right way with a consenting adult, you know? And I could see a ton of different ways. Like, there's a lot of people in the fetish world that are very understanding that would be like, yeah, okay, I could get into this. I'll consent to you being able to come in randomly, you know, between this time and this time, unless I reach out and say no.
There's
for
people
this
that
night.
set stuff up like that
All the time. So,
but
I thought it was scary.
But I get that fetish.
Somnophilia.
But say this person also has a fetish for R word or something else. To say that it can't escalate to something further. They have an impulse problem.
It can escalate.
It absolutely can.
That guy in Nova Scotia started touching people.
Yeah, but...
to probably to get them to wake up. If I had to guess, the wake-up element is a very big deal.
Yeah.
Otherwise, why do they hang around until people wake up?
Right.
There's something to that. I've never encountered somebody with this fetish in real life that I've met, so I have no idea. I've never been able to ask anybody.
Right.
Am I able to try and find this person on social media and ask questions? I don't know.
I would like to talk to anybody who has this fetish, even if they like carry it out in a normal way.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I want to talk.
Mean it in a negative.
Yeah,
like,
no, I know. But I'm super curious because it's just not like very common.
Yeah, it's not very common at all. And, having a lot of information and experience and, the fetish type stuff, I haven't heard of this. I've never come across somebody who's
Neither
like,
have I at all.
Yeah, I'm totally into just watching people sleep when they don't know, you
yeah,
know?
I've seen like doll play, like where someone pretends to be a doll and stuff like that, but never sleep.
So let me ask you this, okay? One, do you think that could be him? I feel confident it could be, dude.
I think it's very possible.
It's within, so Cape Cod is within 3 hours from Cape Elizabeth, you guys, okay? That just happened to stop. That could have been him when he's in high school. 12 years pass. He's now getting these urges again, or has never stopped and we don't know. Other question for you. How many times did people not wake up? Was this being done every night? Was this...
People like you who don't wake up to anything.
Yeah. Was this first picture him first and fully realizing this fetish? You know what I mean? This thing coming to life and not understanding how to manage or handle or something like that. So he was doing it every night? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
How many people did he do this to? How did he stop? Like, all these things are really interesting questions to me because this is a different fetish. And if you have this fetish, I'm not putting you down.
Yeah.
It's just things go bump in the night type thoughts, you know what I mean? That I could be sleeping and somebody's standing there watching.
Well, nobody wants to feel like they're being watched. Like that,
Agreed.
As a human, that triggers your survival instincts. Like, that's why, like, nighttime's scary
not
for
always,
us.
But at night,
Feeling like you're being watched, that's like a sixth sense where you're like, okay, am I in danger?
I guess so.
Absolutely. I think
it just
everybody,
doesn't bother
like,
me.
running up the stairs and being like, trying to get to the top as fast as you can, and being like, oh shit, is something behind me? Like, I do that almost every time I run up the stairs.
Yeah.
Like, I always feel like something's behind me, but I know it's not.
Yeah, I don't ever feel that.
Yeah, because you're not normal.
Okay, but even people watching me, that doesn't bother me. Like, if someone was staring at me, it wouldn't bother me. In my head, I'm thinking, they're just zoning out or something. Like,
okay, but
I
that's
create
in a public
logical...
setting. We're talking about in the privacy of your home, somebody random, like, staring at you, and you don't know they're there, and they're just a random stranger that broke into your house.
I wonder if that's common. I don't know. You think that's
common
that people feel like they could be like that weird sensation?
When they're
that's
actually
common?
being watched?
Oh,
yes.
yeah. Okay, sixth
now,
sense. Yes.
randomly,
So I do believe in that because the antenna that we've talked about multiple times that gives off a frequency of brain. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, but I was just comparing it to like running up the stairs, that feeling you have of questioning, am I being watched? Am I in danger? Like stuff like that.
No, I got you now.
Like it's scary to feel that way.
Yeah.
And you don't know if you're truly in some kind of peril or life-threatening situation.
Agree.
You don't know what this person is doing there, if their intention is to harm you or not, or if they're going to come back if you saw them run off. I just can't imagine like people living in other people's houses and like the thing we were talking about at the beginning.
I know.
I would freak out.
Yeah.
I would freak out.
Absolutely. But I'll show you guys one more picture of the side-by-side, okay? Tell me what you think. I want to know. Did I happen to accidentally stumble across something here, okay? And I almost want to try and find them on like social media. Well, I've done very limited digging so far, but I am going to continue digging. So
okay. Yeah, you should.
Let us know what you think.
Let us know if you woke up in the middle of the night to someone standing over you, what would you do?
Yeah. Woo.
I would just scream as loud as possible.
Yeah.
And probably try to kick them in the nuts if they had nuts.
I think I would probably go after them because I know myself. So I do really good in stressful situations, and then normally I freak out after I know that like everything's good and safe. And my first thought would be Night Stalker. So I would think right away that I need to get the upper hand. So they better run fast. Like, get out of here quick, you know? Make sure I can't catch you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what would happen. And then once I realized everything was okay, I'd probably need to pass out or something.
Okay.
So, but yeah.
Eat a bunch of ice cream.
Something.
Pass out. All right, moving right along here, we have, another Kohberger topic.
Mm-hmm.
And what I want to talk about tonight is the money, the moolah. So, did you know that Moscow, Idaho was having financial trouble prior to the murders?
No way. I didn't know that.
So, they were going to increase their property taxes by 3% because they said they were on a very lean budget already. They needed to update some things in the city's infrastructure, and they needed more money for the police department. So, Moscow murders happen.
No way.
And they claim that it has been extremely expensive to carry out this investigation, that they are struggling, they're short of staff. But from what I was reading, actually, I guess they have to pay overtime, but having less staff means less salaries.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and they're short like a half a dozen, so like 6 officers total, I think.
You know, they just added a drug dog, too. That's something that I probably should have...
They did add a canine unit recently.
We just weren't focused on the Moscow-specific drugs as much as the main hub in Washington. But yes.
Mm-hmm. So, before the killings, the police department alone cost $7.2 million.
Do you think the dog gets a salary?
I don't know.
This is the dog.
$7.2 million, Moscow officials told ABC News, several $100,000 more than the $6.9 in property taxes brought in. It's the largest chunk of Moscow's funding for basic government services, more than a third of their general fund expenditures, according to the city budget reports. A third of all of their total general fund expenditures, the city. A third. Do you know that's not normal?
I didn't know that, no.
So I started looking into it, and I was like, how much? That sounds like a lot to put a third of all of the local cities' money into the police specifically, not counting court,
Well...
like jails, just police?
Let me think about this a little bit more, because I've worked with a lot of government and city buildings when it comes to like wireless and all that stuff. And I know that I have worked with and stopped at multiple small, very small cities where you go to City Hall and it's like 3 people, okay? Mm-hmm. Literally 3 people working in a building that's as small as like my mom's basement here. And you have like a front desk person, you have a city official that handles like all the regulations and everything, then you have like the city mayor.
Yeah.
And that's it. So I guess in a situation like that, maybe?
I really don't know.
How many police officers do they have?
I have
I'll look
that.
it up.
I have that number here, somewhere.
Because I know in the Idaho 4,
36 positions.
Oh, wow.
They currently have 27 sworn and certified officers.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
For that size of a town or county.
Yep.
Okay.
So,
wow.
let's see. The total population is... Okay, home to the university occurred... Okay, as of 2021, it had 25,850. The student body is 11,507. So literally half of the census is college.
That comes and goes.
Yeah. Now, when the murders happened, 40% of the students didn't want to come back.
I know.
40. This is a huge financial blow to have 40% of your students, which that's about a fourth of the entire population of this place, about, roughly, super rough, don't want to come back.
I know.
That is super bad for business. So they have... I have some articles here pulled up where they, people that live there, some officials are talking about what it's like post-pandemic, inflation. They were struggling with money. Then this murder happened, and now they're, super struggling. Like I said, businesses, they were having a really hard time. Well, the governor decided to allocate $1 million from the Idaho Emergency Fund to help cover costs of the investigation. We do not have a breakdown of how that is spent at all. We have no idea. Then the university decided to also request $1 million for security. Whoa. And it got granted. So the university came out with a breakdown of how they're going to spend the money, and the Idaho State Police also, they didn't give a good breakdown the way the university did, but they said this is what we're going to spend it on. But the local and FBI have both said they won't say anything because it goes against the sealed stuff for the case. Sure. So I don't really understand why the state police could do it, but not the FBI or the local.
Yeah.
That's a little weird. But the ISP, Idaho State Police, said they spent $280,000 on travel, overtime, lab testing, storage of evidence, and other police work. They said they're spending everything out of pocket until they get the money from the state.
Wow. So it sounds like literally that entire city is having money issues right now. See, I knew about the money stuff. I've seen the breakdown for the school and how sketchy that breakdown is, in my opinion.
We're going to pull it up.
Yeah, I haven't seen the police one, but I didn't realize the school was actually in financial issue area, I didn't know about that.
I don't know about the school. All I know is about local government is saying that their budget, they were having a hard time, and they got granted $1 million, and the university got granted $1 million, which is separate.
And the prosecution has been granted $300K or something like that, which is wild. When
it's a lot.
I think do you know what the average prosecution cost is? If I'm remembering correct, I think it's $15,000, okay? So you're granted almost $300,000, $250,000, and the average prosecution cost is $15,000.
So the typical death penalty trial costs nearly $1.3 million.
No, that's for total everything. That's not just prosecution. That's totaling investigation and everything. This money was granted directly just to the prosecution, the prosecutor. So I'm pretty sure I looked this up to verify the Crime Circus video that talked about the prosecutor's costs being normally $15,000, but now we are at over $250,000. So there is money flooding in from the state in all directions with this thing.
Yeah, interesting.
It's wild.
Yeah.
So, is there a benefit to keep this thing going?
I don't know. That's the question. Is they were struggling with money beforehand. They're claiming that this investigation has put strain on their finances. Yet we have $2 million and more granted to this town.
Yeah.
So are they actually like going under, or are they profiting?
Yeah, I wonder. And the last thing I ever want to do is any of our topics to sound like conspiracy, because I feel like we do a really, really good job trying to bring logic to any of these questions. And, you know, cities and schools are businesses. That's what they are. They have to be able to manage their books. They have to be able to manage their money and their payroll and everything that's just like any corporate business out there. And it's interesting to think that they could be bringing in more money with this trial going on than if it wasn't.
I know. You got me. It also says the governor stepped in with roughly $93,000 reimbursement for public information expenses, overtime, security costs, electronic data storage. Like, there's just money being thrown around everywhere. And I get it. An investigation takes money. You know, court takes money. Police officers got to be paid. Like, I get it. But it just seems like, I don't know, it seems excessive almost. I don't know. It
seems excessive when I've looked at the money spent at the school. That's what seemed excessive to me. We'll get to that.
Now, I guess it goes a bit far to say that state and local governments are colluding. I don't know that there's a collusion there. I that's not really the route I'm going. But like, I don't know. There's just question marks, okay? It's just question marks.
In corporate America, which in corporate America, a lot of companies are trying really hard to break this, okay? That's just the best way that I can align how a city works, how a school works, how whatever, as with, like, corporate America, okay? And in corporate America, there are unspoken rules, and this is what this makes me think of. So, no, I don't think there's the city colluding with the school, colluding with the police chief and police officers. No, I think there are unspoken rules that all of them know what's going on. They know where money's coming from, how it's coming in, how they can say that they need certain money in their paperwork to show that, hey, you know, if you give us more money, I think it's realistic that we could land this conviction, okay? Or the school saying, hey, we're in deep shit because 40% of our students, our customer base, is not wanting to return because they don't feel safe. We're being told that women don't walk around by themselves without a man. We're having people that are wanting to graduate early to get the hell out of here. Like, these are all major concerns, okay? And they're asking for money to fulfill it.
Yeah, and the police department works close with the university. They have someone dedicated, an officer that's a liaison, and
consultants,
and has their own office, little thing in the school.
Yeah,
the police department operates in the school.
Yep.
So I don't know. Take that how you may. But we'll pull up. We will pull up right here this itemized receipt, I guess, that the university released. And it shows that Idaho State Police plus meals plus lodging is $158,771. Third-party security through 5/15/2023, $108,000. Yeah, I'm not going to say all the little numbers. UI increase in security through 5/15 is $166,000. Consultants, comprehensive campus physical security review and plan, $212,000. Someone to talk. To literally just talk. That's what consulting is. Just talking.
212. Now, okay, so my next question, before you even say that next line there, is are the consultants, the security consultants from the police department?
Don't know. See, also, consultants, comprehensive security policy review and plan, $259,000. Crisis media consultants, $23,000. The majority of this money was spent on consultants.
That's 260. That's 460, 475. Yeah.
How much?
Well, just that consultant alone is 475. When you take into the state police lodging and stuff, you're at 4, 5, 6, and then like 650, almost 700 grand.
That's insane.
It is crazy.
And I get it was supposed to be for security, but I don't know.
See cameras. I don't see metal detectors. I don't see what do schools have? Those emergency buttons. I don't see any of those things, which is what I would feel like would make an area safer.
So then you have the vigil, okay, $12,000. They said included in the vigil was security, equipment, mental health professionals to be on site, and event materials. Then, which I have that written down per a statement where they were talking about it. Then security technology is $28,000.
And that seems so low to me.
It seems low to me too, because they literally have a shuttle now. They made a shuttle bus for the students to help them safely and securely get on and off campus.
Yeah, but
and be shuttled around the campus.
If I'm talking about security technology, that is really expensive stuff. It's not uncommon for a really high quality camera with audio, video, and maybe a light, so that if it's somewhere at night and there's some kind of activity going on, somebody can engage a light or whatever.
And it can move 360 or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be uncommon for those cameras to be over $1,000 a pop for really nice ones, because you also have to run a power source to it. You also have to run an audio video cable to it, to wherever these screens are for the officers and or security guards to be monitoring these things, okay? That's really expensive.
Mm-hmm. Compared to how much in consulting?
Yeah, I would expect the security technology number and the consulting at the comprehensive security review and plan to be flipped.
Absolutely.
I would expect $250,000 on security technology, new softwares, new screens, new cameras, new alert buttons, whatever, dude.
And student lodging and meals is $1,400. Counseling and crisis support $2,700, coming to a total of $999,307. It just seems odd.
For releasing the consultant information. That's what I call for. Release that.
That's the easiest way to hide what actually happened to the money. The easiest and most, like...
Yeah, or it is a consultant that is a buddy. It could totally be that too. Now, I'm not saying that's wrong. If they're doing their job consulting, okay, fine. That's fine. Like, this happens in politics. This happens in corporate America. This is why you have a monopoly on the concrete industry by the mob in New York. For decades and decades and decades, the mob had a monopoly on all the concrete industry companies. So all these buildings and construction companies had to go through these mob guys to get concrete at their sites. So they started inflating the numbers, blowing it up. So these guys were paying outrageous costs, and then these same construction companies weren't allowed to go anywhere else. Now, they were buddy-buddy with the owners of the construction company. So they're charging outrageous amount, then the construction company's charging the customer an outrageous amount, and they're both pocketing insane numbers. Like, these things happen, okay? It's part of the U.S. and how corporate America works. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying anything about it. It is what it is, okay? But in this situation, wouldn't the students' lives be priority one?
Yeah.
That's where it messes me up.
Yeah, and
I better be able to go to that school and every 10 steps see a new camera. There better be cameras in the parking lot. There better be cameras in the hallways. There better be cameras outside the buildings. There better be cameras in the opening the door to the bathroom, not in the bathroom, but to it. Like, there should be cameras everywhere with 24-hour security, eyes on the screen. If that dude needs to go to the bathroom, someone needs to come release him to go to the bathroom. Like, with a maybe killer still on the loose, this is what I would expect. Mm-hmm. Bryan Kohberger hasn't been convicted yet.
I know.
Oh, it's so frustrating, you guys.
I know it. I find it interesting, and it's like, it's no secret that cities and towns get a lot of revenue from court proceedings. Fines and fees, court fees and stuff like that. All of that goes right back into the city for them to pay for things. So,
yeah,
just saying.
After paying the judge and prosecutor and everything like that. And from my understanding, like, prosecutors and defense attorneys and everything, they don't get paid very much when they're working those jobs. Being a standalone attorney on your own is always much more profitable.
I just think my main question with all of this is the city is having financial trouble. They have this killer on the loose, and 40% of students don't want to come back to this town. They're literally fleeing for their lives, terrified. They're scared about money. So obviously, they're going to want to find this guy as quickly as possible to say, we got the killer off the streets. You can come back now.
Yes, that's a good
You know,
question.
you have, there's a lot of LLCs that own the rental houses around the campus for students to live in. You have, basically all of the businesses. It's like tourism, like when you have tourist businesses, like all these little restaurants, bars, shops, stores, they need those college kids to stay afloat because when they're not there, they don't have much.
Yes.
It's a tiny town without the university.
This is something I just thought of right now. As long as they have Kohberger as their guy, they have the ability to see the light at the end of the tunnel, okay? So I would hope, you guys, that they're still investigating other potential people out there, okay? And if they're not, which I wouldn't be surprised if they're not. If they're not, then they're not dumping money into that investigation still, meaning they should be able to come up with a rough total of what the investigation costs by having all these people involved, by running all these tests, by the additional hours and everything else that came with it, right? So they should be able to have a rough number coming to the table saying, this investigation cost $1.5 million. The only foreseeable cost that we see is for the prosecution and the judge, which will be an additional $15,000, right? If Bryan Kohberger gets let off, what happens to the investigation? They go back to it.
Yeah.
They go back to it, you guys. Meaning that light at the end of the tunnel disappears again. That's it. It's gone. They have no idea how much it's going to cost to come up with the new potential killer. They're going to be dumping funds right back into it. The school is going to be at a risk because all of a sudden they're going to not know who the killer is. A killer is still out there. The police didn't do a good job. There is going to be such a lack of faith. Now, you guys tell me, where is the accountability and how are they not invested in making sure Kohberger stays where he's at?
Yeah, because, I mean,
There's too much loss that can occur.
There's too much loss for Kohberger not being the guy. They've committed to it, and they have to see it through.
They've gone too far, which could have been a mistake right from the beginning.
Yeah, I think just like I was saying earlier with the JonBenét Ramsey case, you have all of this evidence, and depending on how you interpret it, you can make it really seem like probable that it was the parents, or you can make it really seem probable it was this homeless guy or this Santa, Bill Reynolds guy. Like there's so many ways you could spin it and make it seem like it really, was the older brother. And then you take a step back and you're like, well, I don't know if it really fits any of them. We're missing a huge piece of this. And the Kohberger case is sealed. Like, they can't even release the breakdown of all the financial stuff because of the Kohberger case being sealed.
Yep.
And I just think it's a bit odd that the police take a third of the expenditure in this local government.
It's surprising, but I would just need to see the head count of employees to understand it, okay? And I think that could be explainable in that situation. I just would need to see how many people they have at City Hall and what kind of city workers they have running around working on that city. And I think it could be explainable because it sounds like they have quite a few police officers under them. And those are not tiny salaries. They aren't huge, but they aren't tiny either. They're an acceptable income.
They're in a college town, but this is not a big town. This is a small town. And this is their total budget, okay? It's 35% is just police.
Yeah.
Just police.
No, I get that. I think that it's not that far off, though, depending on how many people are at City Hall and the city workers and everything like that. So the biggest highlight for me is the fact that the school could have been having financial issues. The city could have been having financial issues, and they
it sounds like because they're spending too much on the police. 2023 they spent $7 million so far the fiscal year. I don't know. That's
I
what
think
they're
we should dig
estimating.
further into it. I just know that the financial issues are what stand out to me because there is now proof. You were just able to show proof that there is financial gain here. Okay, there's financial gain in Kohberger being and staying the guy.
Yep.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel here.
Yeah, I'll link this. This is from the city, their budget. If anybody is curious,
we'll attach it to the bottom of this video. So just look for it in the comments, and you'll be able to pull it up from there. But this is good evidence, man, because money matters in any major situation, and there is now drug potentially that we covered already, and money. Do you guys trust the school's expenditure breakdown on the $1 million grant they got? Do you guys
with the
700,000
consulting fees or something crazy?
I'm in the wrong profession. Jeez.
I know. I want to be a consultant.
I just need to go around from college to college and review their safety plans, and I get paid $250K a pop. Bam.
That's crazy.
It's amazing. Let's do it. But yeah, let us know what you think, man, because that...
Yeah, let us know if you think there's anything really here.
That seems doubtful.
Yeah, if you have question marks too, if you know more about it in particular, because, man, let me tell you, like, information isn't super easy to find on it. Like, it's hush-hush, it's sealed, so...
It is. It is.
I don't know.
That was some good information for sure, so... All right, so... What in the hell is going on with YNW Melly?
I don't know. What is going on?
Do you know who YNW Melly is? No, the rapper? and most notoriously known for songs as Murder on My Mind, Mixed Personalities, 223s. He's even worked with like Kanye West. Kanye West gave him a shout out saying like this is one of the next rising stars. And he's currently going through, trial just wrapped up, and they are pending on the results, okay? And the jury is what seems to be deadlocked through the end of today.
Oh, wow.
Deadlocked, okay? So, who is YNW Melly? As I just said, he has those songs, and I'll be posting some pictures here as we're going through it. He was just starting to blow up. Last couple years, like, blowing up. One of these gangster rappers that had a really hard life, right? Started coming up through the ranks, making music, and started bringing his friends up with him. So, he's YNW Melly, and YNW... Unfortunately, I can't tell you what the N means. I feel like you guys can figure it out on your own, but it is Young World. So,
N-word.
Obviously.
N-word.
Yes. Obviously. So, but yeah, so any rapper, hip-hop artist that has the YNW in front of it is associated with YNW Melly, okay? And the four notable ones are going to be YNW Melly, it is YNW Bortland, YNW Juvie, YNW Sack Chaser, okay? So
What? A sack chaser?
Yep, Sack Chaser. So YNW Melly legally is Jamel Maurice Demons, or Demons, born May 1st, 1999, okay? And this guy was seemingly always like wilding out, you know. He was always ahead of the rest of the people around him, putting his 100% into everything he did. He stood out among the people that he had around him. And unfortunately, like we see a lot of people that are like that push boundaries, that are thrill seekers, he started catching some crimes, doing things some wrong ways. So, you know, it started with the major crime with YNW Melly arrested for a high school shooting. So he was 16, he had a gun, and he shot into a crowd outside of Vero Beach High School, Florida. No one was hit, but he caught some serious charges. 4 charges, including 3 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, 1 count of discharging a firearm, okay? He did some time. He got his GED behind bars, okay? And now in 2018, he was arrested again on gun and drug charges in Lee County, Florida, along with the fellow crew member YNW Bortland, who is also involved in this. So in 2019, he was arrested again on drug charges, possession of marijuana, not more than 20 grams, and possession of drug paraphernalia, which is a little ridiculous, but okay, you know, he already had a history. But the one we're going to be talking about here, the one that's affecting him right now, is the February 13th, 2019 charge. YNW Melly arrested for first-degree murder of the YNW members. So those 4 people that I said, 2 of them were killed, okay?
Oh.
Yeah. So the story goes,
Don't
right?
tell me it was Sack Chaser.
Brief breakdown. So YNW Melly, YNW Bortland, I'm going to leave off the YNW. Juvie and Sack Chaser were all in the studio, okay, producing music. And there is video footage of them coming out of the studio, like an hour and a half, 2 hours after midnight, getting in this car, and then driving off, okay? The next thing that happens, this same car is pulling up at the local hospital, and Bortland's driving, and he runs inside and says, hey, I've been involved in a drive-by shooting, my friends are shot. There were only 3 on site here. So Bortland was driving, Juvie was in the back, shot, Sack Chaser was in the back, or passenger seat, shot, okay? And they came out to get these guys, and they were already dead. What seemed like to be dead for a while. There was no blood coming out of their wounds, anything like that. Somewhere I read that they were already starting to get rigor mortis, but I don't think that's true based off everything I heard in the trial, okay? Well, they gave the description of what was going on. A car came up next to them, shot him up, whatever, and these two guys caught the hits. Now, they went to go look for the drive-by and description that they were given, but they also tested Bortland for gunshot residue and pictures of being hit from the drive-by, okay? They felt like something wasn't adding up. They took the car into custody. These two men were gone, were dead, okay? So they lost two of their friends, and the police started investigating. YNW Melly, the most popular one here, got tattoos remembering them and everything, and even made some songs about them and everything, and just continued on. Well, a few months later, the police actually picked up Melly and Bortland for the murder of these two people. What they say happened, okay, so I gave you the drive-by story. Now remember, these guys are associated with the hard life, what I would say, like hanging out with bangers. The prosecution tries saying that Melly and Bortland are part of a gang, that they're part of the G-Shine Bloods. They have proof of clothing, which isn't real good evidence. But anyways, okay?
No, it's not.
Just say they are. They're around drugs. They're around guns. They're around people that use those things, okay? It's obvious from his charges, all right? So, they pick these two guys up for killing them, and they say that they have good evidence. Again, this is them saying they have slam dunk evidence. Now, some of the circumstantial evidence is, it looks bad. There's a couple of them that look really bad here, okay? But there is only circumstantial evidence. Once they pick up Melly, there is no gunshot residue on him. There is no DNA from the victims on him. There is no DNA of Melly on the victims. There's no DNA at all, okay?
Okay.
But what the cops say happened was that these four guys took off down the road. Once they got to a house or whatever, Melly turned, shot them, boom, 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 head, body, head, okay? And then Bortland and Melly got out of the car and try and stage it as a drive-by shooting. So they shot the back and the side of the vehicle directly where they were, and they have some pretty damning evidence. I mean, the couple pieces of good evidence is that they found a shell inside the car.
Oh.
Yeah, a shell inside the car.
Now, drive-by, that wouldn't happen.
It could, but pretty unlikely. Depends on how close they are.
True.
If the windows are down,
True.
Shells can fling 10
They
or 15 feet, depending on the gun and things like that, okay?
Seems very unlikely. Have they found the gun used or anything?
It seems very unlikely, but he's up for death penalty, okay? So, if I was a jury member, I would vote no rather than being wrong and putting someone innocent to death, okay? So, the defense is saying he is not part of a gang, that it's just part of his persona and image of who he is as a rapper and everything like that, okay? Now, one of the prosecution came and brought to the table that Melly... Somebody reached out to Melly on social media and said, hey, is Melly in danger since this happened and his friends were attacked and killed? And Melly responded with, LOL, I did that. Now this is what's interesting. It's IDIDTHAT, okay? The defense responded with evidence showing that Melly does not ever spell out that he always spells it DAT.
Cringe.
It is super cringe, but if you can prove it, like...
Yeah.
If I bring to the table, hey, here's 100 different circumstances where it's DAT, not THAT, okay, then you might have something proving that...
Reasonable doubt.
Reasonable doubt, right. So they have the cell phone pings, okay? And it shows that Melly's cell phone was in the same area of these guys, relatively, okay? 15 minutes before he got to the hospital, all right? Well, there's no confirmation that number is Melly's number, okay? When Melly got picked up and put in jail, that phone was still being actively used. So it could be a pickup number, a re-up number. It could be, some kind of other association. So it could be a number associated with the YNW crew. I mean, it could be anything. You know what I mean? So
Melly hasn't said what it is?
He has not said what it is. So one thing that I will say that wasn't included in the case was that the prosecution was trying to bring a picture saying, hey, Melly's here with a picture with the murder weapon or potential murder weapon. The judge didn't think it was strong enough and shouldn't be brought in, okay? So what the prosecution started doing, and I don't feel very good about this. I feel like if you're prosecuting somebody, you should be able to prosecute somebody based on the evidence, okay, and what you have. Mm-hmm. They started turning to YNW Melly is a bad guy. Let me show you how he's a bad guy. Therefore, this bad guy did this bad thing, okay? They started bringing up all these people saying YNW Melly is abusive. They brought up people
Character
assassination, saying that he's associated with the gang. They even said, look, and this was his gang clothes, okay? So apparently, for the G-Shine Bloods, foot soldiers have to wear brown or beige, okay? So their evidence was YNW Melly wearing a beige raincoat, overcoat. That, to me, that's not good evidence.
That's terrible evidence. Are you kidding me?
Beige and brown is like raincoat classic style.
Classic,
you know what I mean?
And he's probably trying to be fashionable because he's a freaking rapper.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Are you kidding
me? And then
me?
they pulled more recent pictures and said, and this is YNW Melly once he rose up and wasn't a foot soldier anymore. And they said, the reason why YNW Melly did this is because the gang needed him to show loyalty, so he had to end his friends. So, is that possible? Anything's possible out there in the world. Is it likely? At least the people I've known, in career stuff and other situations, I've encountered people who have been a part of that lifestyle. That's not common.
Not unless they were snitches.
Not unless there was something specific causing them to end. A gang does not come to you and be like, you know what? I don't think you have our back, so you got to go kill your whole family. Like, these guys grew up with him. They were very close to him, okay? So it's just messed up. Then bringing in proof that he's called his mom a B and that he's verbally abusive to his mom, and they showed evidence where he's asking his mom for a gun, and I don't know why they think this is a big deal. He's already been proven to have gun charges, okay? But he's asking his mom to get him a gun, okay? A blank gun, a dead gun, a gun that's not in the system or whatever, which he got caught with previously, by the way. It's pretty common in that lifestyle. But he did that weeks before this shooting. So the timeline doesn't even match. They're trying to make it look like this gun is somehow associated with this crime, and that's why he did it. Ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
But with the calling your mom the B word, dude, what teenager who was a rebel didn't at some point call their mom the B word?
Right. That's what I hear you. I think that there is, dude, even boys, that just learn how to cuss like a sailor, they're going to leave their house and go talk crap with their friends and say all kinds of crap. You know what I mean? So,
and I don't think you can be verbally abusive to a parent.
I mean, you can. You totally can.
Yeah, but the parent should be like, no.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to do that to me.
Right.
Get out.
If parenting correct and things like that. Correct. You're right. This is just character assassination. So they're going for the death penalty here, okay, based on Florida law, because Devil DeSantis himself changed the expectations around the death penalty, where it used to be, there's 12 jurors. All 12 used to have to vote yes in order for that person to be put to death. It has now changed where it's only required 8-4. Only 8 people have to vote yes in a murder crime like this for them to be put to death, okay? So, jury goes to work through their stuff, okay, find out if they believe he's guilty or not. All they have is circumstantial evidence, not a shred of direct evidence, not a shred. All of it is circumstantial through the character assassination of this trial, and they are deadlocked. Deadlocked to the point where they've been back there for quite a while. They came back out to the judge and said, "Look, Judge, we're deadlocked. We got nothing, okay?" And there was video of the judge. I could probably post it here saying, "Hey, I just want to remind you guys of what was it called? It was some trial talking about how to work through a deadlock, okay? And what he did is he suggested to him, I suggest each of you take a piece of paper, write down the pros and the cons of this trial, and then take turns one at a time presenting that to each other, and then vote again. And he said, make sure you're letting everybody talk one at a time, being respectful of each other, and kind of work backwards from there. And if they stay deadlocked, it will be a mistrial. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So, based on the evidence, okay, obviously this is a very, very hard-line situation where you have half the people saying, yes, obviously he did it. Like, why is it taking so long? These idiot jurors, it's so clear that he did it, okay? And then you have the other half saying, this is all circumstantial evidence. They're just trying to paint him as a bad guy. And, it shouldn't be this situation, whether he did it or not. He shouldn't get the death penalty and this, that, and the other. So
the death penalty seems super extreme.
Yeah.
For the evidence presented.
I agree. But I don't know what I would do in this situation, you guys. I couldn't put someone to death. I couldn't be a part of it unless I was 100% sure. Based on what I'm seeing in this case, I don't feel 100% sure. Does it feel likely he did it? Yeah, I think there's a good possibility. I think they have something here. Why did they pick him up before getting any for real evidence? Let that bake. Look into his social media accounts. Look into other people. Like, why would they pick him up with this little amount of evidence? I just don't understand it. They can't connect anyone to the murder weapon. They can't connect anything to anybody. There's no DNA swapping. There's no anything. Nothing. You have the prosecution saying this is Melly's phone. This phone isn't connected to Melly in any wireless system, and it continues to be used after Melly's picked up. So, this is a hard one. I don't think I could convict.
Maybe they'll choose to just stay deadlocked so that the trial has to happen again. It's off their shoulders.
Maybe. I'd love to know what you guys think. This has been talked about all over the place, okay? It's been a huge deal. XXL covering it, mainstream media covering it, all over Twitter, all over social medias. And it's a super interesting trial. And Melly is sticking to his guns, saying that, the police are just trying to convict him because they don't like him. So,
anything's possible in Florida right now.
I know, Florida.
But
gosh.
I don't think that I could vote yes. There's too much doubt that could be cast on the evidence. And I would say I mean, I think a deadlock might be a good idea.
Yeah.
Like to have a mistrial, to have them go back and rework the evidence and come back. I don't know if the judge could actually just say, this is a mistrial, we need to start over from scratch.
Could you guys convict this guy knowing that your vote could put him to death?
And he could possibly be innocent.
You know, one thing that's really important is making sure that you can go to sleep in your own head at night. Something like that would keep me up.
Yeah.
I could see myself on random nights being like, God, was that right? Was I on the right side with that, you know? And I would just circle and circle and circle and bake. But I want to know what you guys think. Is there enough evidence to convict him of death, the death penalty? Is there enough evidence to convict him of the crime? Do you believe that 100% circumstantial evidence in this way is enough to convict him of this?
Yeah, there's literally no hard proof at all.
There's nothing, which circumstantial evidence is a huge deal. I know that a case can be convicted on circumstantial evidence, but I don't feel like this is enough. There is no eyewitnesses proving he had that phone. There's nothing proving that was his phone. There's nothing proving that he was there on site. There is nothing proving that he did it. There's no DNA. Like there's a lot missing. There's a lot of holes here, okay?
Yeah, for sure.
But what do you guys think?
Let us know. If you made it to this point in the podcast, this was a long one, and you are literally my favorite person on the planet.
Yes.
You're a champ. And we appreciate you so much for listening. We want to hear comments. We want you to like. We want you to subscribe.
Yeah, make sure you guys subscribe. Make sure you guys like. It's going to help us in the long run get to a point where we can do this more permanently. We can dive deeper into these cases. We can sleuth it out on the daily and figure some details out that we might not have figured out previously. And make sure you are on our, well, actually, we're on every platform. So whichever one you prefer. Are you on Rumble? Are you on YouTube? Are you on Streamlabs? Because we're on all of those: Discord, Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Spotify, Apple, literally all of them, you guys. So show us some love on there. Come check us out. Check out the views, the likes, the comments, and
come check out the live stream where we can investigate together.
The live stream
Let's
is where it's at.
Together.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So we appreciate you. This is Thought Riot.
And
my name's Brendan.
Have a good one. Why do you always end it with my name's Brendan?
What do you mean?
You introduce yourself at the beginning and the end?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Brendan.
My name is Punch Your Face.
And this is Thought Riot. And we are out.